80, по-моему.
Метр 80?
Сейчас вот подойдет. Ты какого роста?
У вас... Distinguished delegates, may I ask you to kindly take your seats? Thank you.
Excellencies, I would like to request that the heads of state, the heads of government that are required to make their statements in plenary 2 to please proceed to plenary 2. The two plenaries will be connected through live stream. So if I may ask the DLOs that are responsible for the heads of states, the head of government that are required in plenary room 2 to please proceed there so that we can begin the session. Thank you.
meeting come to order.
Okay. Excellencies, delegates, we are about to start. If I may kindly request you to take your seat. Kindly take your seat so that we can get started. I'd also like to remind the heads of state, the heads of government, who will be delivering their national statements in plenary 2, if the DLOs, the diplomatic liaison officers, can guide them to plenary 2 so that they do not miss their chance to make their statements. So the DLOs, please check your record, and if your respective head of state, head of government that you are looking after is required in plenary 2, to please swiftly move to plenary 2 to get us started. Thank you. Excellencies, kindly take your seats. Please, kindly take your seats so that we can start. If you could be able to take your seats now. I see quite a big crowd on the corridor there. If you could take your seats, we'll be able to start immediately.
Can you please take your seats? I kindly request that you all take your seats, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honored guests, welcome to the ceremonial opening of the first part of the high-level segment for heads of states and government on the occasion of the 28th session of the Conference of Parties. The 18th session of the Conference of Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 5th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Prime Ministers, I am deeply humbled and honored to have the opportunity to welcome you today. And allow me to begin by thanking all of you for your presence with us here in the United Arab Emirates. As the largest gathering of world leaders to attend a COP summit, you are collectively demonstrating your real commitment to climate action. Yesterday, on the first day of COP28, we collectively made history. We achieved consensus on a fund for climate impact response that will protect lives and livelihoods, especially the most vulnerable. Your leadership guided this consensus, and I thank you all. I'm very grateful that so many countries have already stepped up and made contributions to the fund. I hope many more will follow. In addition, I was thankful that the COP28 agenda was voted and agreed without any delay. This was also made possible by your support and full engagement. And it allows us to get down to work immediately on the key issues that we must address across the climate agenda. I will do everything in my power to channel the momentum you generate at the summit into an ambitious response to the global stocktake and to keep the North Star of 1.5 within reach. Excellencies, I am looking forward to hearing your national statements and commitments, and I count on your continued support to raise climate ambition and to translate those ambitions into real results. Thank you. Excellencies, this afternoon we are honored to have with us His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, the President of the United Nations General Assembly, and His Excellency Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat, Mr. Simon Steele, to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Excellencies, Ministers, honourable guests, I must begin by thanking the United Arab Emirates for their warm hospitality here in Dubai. Working with your team over the last year to prepare this event has been a pleasure. Looking out at this World Climate Action Summit, it's incredible to see so many leaders convened in one place. The strength of this demonstration of multilateralism is a testament to the scale of the problem we're convened here to address. The UNFCCC was born in 1992 when both the world and this crisis look very different than they do today. But for me, 1992 was the year climate change became real. It was the year my father proactively built a sea wall to protect his island home. He'd never heard the concept of climate change, and his neighbours mocked him for how high he built it, how deep the foundations were, and how much of his own money he spent. Today, the ocean is right up against that sturdy wall, pounding it. Its very foundations are exposed. This is why, when some are cynical about the pace or value of COPs, I know at heart this process is our only hope to turn the tide. Some of you sitting here before me share my first-hand experience and even more extreme experiences. For others, it's still a mental leap. But let me assure you, the leap becomes much shorter as the impacts lap around you. This isn't about far-flung places. In the hottest year ever, it's at everybody's doorstep, continent by continent, region by region, country by country. None of us are immune. Some leaders here are newly elected. You have the whole term to plan ahead. Some leaders are here nearing the end of your term, more cautiously facing selection cycles. Both governed by the ebbs and flows of your political circumstances. I understand the realpolitik of your decision-making, but the climate crisis transcends these cycles. Empty promises, unfulfilled pledges, abandoned commitments after the photo ops won't help. It won't help the negotiators. It won't help your citizens. It is only by uniting in our fight will we rise to the expectations that COP28 will result in bold commitments. Bold commitments to bend the arch of global warming down from 3 degrees to 1.5. It's only by uniting in your commitment to doing this together that we'll fully respond to the needs of those affected and ensure that development and climate action are mutually reinforcing. It's only by focusing on understanding each other that we'll work out how to live in a fossil-free world. It's only by your leadership that we'll be able to use this global stocktake to accelerate the action taken thus far. Your political messages must translate into real, tangible action. Action that should be felt in the negotiating rooms. Action translated into the text that's gavelled on December the 12th. My job is simply to facilitate the process and make sure it's as fair, transparent, and just as possible. It's only the political signals you send today and their follow-up actions that can take us to a place beyond the encroaching seas. I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. It is my distinct pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, to deliver a message to the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करूंगा। मेरे द्वारा उठाए गए क्लाइमेट जस्टिस, क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और ग्रीन क्रेडिट जैसे विषयों को आपने निरंतर समर्थन दिया है। हम सभी के प्रयासों से ये विश्वास बढ़ा है कि विश्व कल्याण के लिए सबके हितों की सुरक्षा आवश्यक है, सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत ने इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी के उत्तम संतुलन का उदाहरण विश्व के सामने रखा है। भारत में विश्व की 17% आबादी होने के बावजूद ग्लोबल कार्बन एमिशंस में हमारी हिस्सेदारी ओनली 4% से भी कम है। भारत विश्व की उन कुछ इकोनॉमीज में से एक है जो एनडीसी टारगेट्स को पूरा करने की राह पर है। एमिशंस इंटेंसिटी संबंधी टारगेट्स को हमने 11 साल पहले ही हासिल कर लिया है। नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल टारगेट्स को हम निर्धारित समय से 9 साल पहले ही प्राप्त कर चुके हैं और भारत ने इतने पर ही नहीं रुके हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य 2030 तक एमिशंस इंटेंसिफाई को 45% घटाना है। हमने तय किया है कि नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल का शेयर हम बढ़ाकर 50% करेंगे और हम 2070 तक नेट जीरो के लक्ष्य की तरफ भी बढ़ते रहेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ने अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी में वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर की भावना के साथ क्लाइमेट के विषय को निरंतर महत्व दिया है। सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए हमने मिलकर ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट पैक्ट पर सहमति बनाई। हमने लाइफस्टाइल फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के सिद्धांत तय किए। हमने वैश्विक स्तर पर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को 3 गुना करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई। भारत ने ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल्स के लिए हाइड्रोजन के क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा दिया और ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल्स अलायंस भी लॉन्च किया। हम मिलकर इस नतीजे पर पहुंचे कि क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस कमिटमेंट को बिलियन से बढ़ाकर कई ट्रिलियन तक ले जाने की आवश्यकता है। साथियों, ग्लासगो में भारत ने आइलैंड स्टेट्स के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेजिलिएंट इनिशिएटिव की शुरुआत की थी। भारत 13 देशों में इससे जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स तेजी से आगे बढ़ा रहा है। ग्लासगो में ही मैंने मिशन लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट का विजन आपके सामने रखा था। इंटरनेशनल एनर्जी एजेंसी की स्टडी कहती है कि इस अप्रोच से हम 2030 तक प्रति वर्ष 2 बिलियन टन कार्बन एमिशन कम कर सकते हैं। आज मैं इस फोरम से एक और प्रो प्लैनेट, प्रोएक्टिव और पॉजिटिव इनिशिएटिव का आह्वान कर रहा हूं। यह है ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव। यह कार्बन क्रेडिट की कॉमर्शियल मानसिकता से आगे बढ़कर जन भागीदारी से कार्बन सिंक बनाने का अभियान है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जरूर जुड़ेंगे। साथियों, पिछली शताब्दी की गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं है। मानव जाति के एक छोटे हिस्से ने प्रकृति का अंधाधुंध दोहन किया, लेकिन इसकी कीमत पूरी मानवता को चुकानी पड़ रही है। विशेषकर ग्लोबल साउथ के निवासियों को सिर्फ मेरा भला हो, ये सोच दुनिया को एक अंधेरे की तरफ ले जाएगी। इस हॉल में बैठा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति, प्रत्येक राष्ट्राध्यक्ष बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ यहां आया है। हम में से सभी को अपने दायित्व निभाने ही होंगे। पूरी दुनिया आज हमें देख रही है। इस धरती का भविष्य हमें देख रहा है। हमें सफल होना ही होगा। वी हैव टू बी डिसिसिव। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हर देश अपने लिए जो क्लाइमेट टारगेट तय कर रहा है, जो कमिटमेंट कर रहा है वो पूरा कर ही दिखाएगा। वी हैव टू वर्क इन यूनिटी। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि हम मिलकर काम करेंगे, एक दूसरे का सहयोग करेंगे, साथ देंगे। हमें ग्लोबल कार्बन बजट में सभी विकासशील देशों को उचित शेयर देना होगा। वी हैव टू बी मोर बैलेंस। हमें यह संकल्प लेना होगा कि एडॉप्शन, मिटिगेशन, क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, लॉस एंड डैमेज, इन सब पर संतुलन बनाते हुए आगे बढ़ें। वी हैव टू बी एम्बिशियस। हमें संकल्प लेना होगा कि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन जस्ट हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, इक्विटेबल हो। वी हैव टू बी इनोवेटिव। हमें यह संकल्प लेना होगा कि इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लगातार विकास करें, अपने स्वार्थ से ऊपर उठकर दूसरे देशों को टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करें, क्लीन एनर्जी सप्लाई चेन को सशक्त करें। फ्रेंड, भारत यूएन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज प्रोसेस के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है। इसलिए आज मैं इस मंच से 2028 में COP28 में COP33 समिट को भारत में होस्ट करने का प्रस्ताव भी रखता हूं। मुझे आशा है कि आने वाले 12 दिनों में ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक की समीक्षा से हमें सुरक्षित और उज्जवल भविष्य का रास्ता मिलेगा। कल लॉस एंड डैमेज फंड को ऑपरेशनलाइज करने का जो निर्णय लिया गया है, उससे हम सभी की उम्मीद और बड़ी है। मुझे विश्वास है यूएई की मेजबानी में ये COP28 समिट सफलता की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचेगी। मैं मेरे ब्रदर हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद और संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के सेक्रेटरी जनरल हिज एक्सेलेंसी गुटरेज को मुझे ये विशेष सम्मान देने के लिए विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, President of the United Nations General Assembly, to address the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Royal Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Highness, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, COP28 President, esteemed heads of state and government, Mr. Simon Steele, UNFCCC Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Let me begin by expressing my sincere congratulations to the COP presidency and the government of the United Arab Emirates for the excellent arrangements put in place for the hosting of the UN Climate Conference this year. I am truly grateful for your kind invitation and for the quality of the reception extended to me and my team in the office of President of the UN General Assembly since our arrival. While our world is fraught with global challenges, perhaps none looms as large or as consequential as the climate crisis. The Paris Agreement remains the best answer to the myriad effects of the climate crisis. Living up to the letter and spirit of the Paris Promise is the ultimate goal of our deliberations, a goal close to my heart, quite literally so, as I wear and have worn, even predating my assumption of the presidency, a lapel pin advocating the goal of 1.5 degrees. A few weeks ago, it was my privilege to pay a visit to the Cook Islands. There, at the Pacific Island Forum leaders with whom I spoke, they spoke agonizingly of the real existential threats posed by sea level rise, itself a direct impact of climate change, but also an indisputable result of our actions, or perhaps more aptly, our inaction. As a citizen of a small island developing state myself, I am acutely aware that on our current trajectory, those islands and the wealth of culture and history they represent are at peril of imminent disappearance through inundation by the seas. The scenario presented by the UNEP Emissions Gap report of a 3-degree world is not science fiction. It is the path we are on. We must change this trajectory. For far too long, leaders across the spectrum have stood at podiums such as this and made grand commitments that capture public opinion, only to be found, upon subsequent examination, to be either short or totally lacking in implementation. We are long past the time for climate diplomacy through public relations. Action, progressive, transformative action, is needed now to stabilize atmospheric temperatures and to ensure sustainability of the planet and of human civilization. It is time for a once-in-a-generation change. Pervasive evidence indicates that we have, at least academically, rethought the way we live, the way we produce, and the way we consume on this planet. Curiously, what we have not done is to actually reshape and re-engineer our production systems, our lifestyles and habits to match the dictates of climate and planetary sustainability. Borrowing from the Secretary General's descriptor about global boiling, the extant situation demands a new, more sustainable, more resilient, more equitable industrial revolution. We need a just transition to sustainable energy systems. We need to retrofit for resilience and sustainability. I am convinced that we have both the capacity and the tools at our fingertips to do this, while leaving no one behind. Excellencies, the energy transition, coupled with robust mitigation action, is understandably front and center in this effort if we are to halt climate change in its tracks. While the world is moving to renewable sources somewhat faster than anyone might have imagined, significantly more than our feeble efforts are required at scale to produce the desired critical reduction in the levels of emissions. Let us therefore triple renewable energy capacity, as the COP28 presidency has challenged us to do. And then let us triple it again. Of course, our high levels of energy dependency impact everything we do, from transport to infrastructure to tourism. And for this reason, I intend to do my part in carrying forward these important sector-specific conversations at the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mindful of this imperative, I am pleased to announce that I will convene the first ever General Assembly Sustainability Week at UN headquarters in New York in April 2024 as a flagship initiative of my presidency. This week will consolidate several high-level, already mandated events promoting sustainability in transport, tourism, and infrastructure sectors. Perhaps most importantly, it will incorporate the global stocktake on energy, which aims to complement the stocktake here at COP28. The results of Sustainability Week will, I hope, add further momentum to the path laid out at COP28 and ahead of the 2024 Summit of the Future next September. I look forward to welcoming delegations at the highest possible level to New York in April in pursuance of sustainability. Excellencies, while we work towards fast-track energy transition, we must reconcile the reality that climate impacts are here already and will only intensify as we continue the march towards the 1.5 degrees. It is absolutely essential, therefore, that we deliver meaningful progress in specific relation to adaptation. Clearly, we need to shore up financing for adaptation. More accessible, more available, and more affordable financing from the international financial institutions must be unlocked. On this point, there is hope, and I welcome the capitalization of the Fund for Loss and Damage. Developing countries deserve no less. I make the plea, let us continue to build on this success. Let this be just the beginning. From building seawalls to designing drought-resistant crops, developing countries must receive the necessary financial and technical support for climate adaptation. And I applaud the efforts of partners to make community grants and financing more available and quickly accessible, as such funding is particularly important for small island developing states and marginalized communities on the front lines of climate change, as well as for vulnerable groups, especially women and girls. Such resources can help facilitate global and local early warning systems, as well as data and information services to better address extreme climate events. We need to not only be risk-informed, but also resilient at every level and across all stakeholders, thus leaving no one behind. Esteemed heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am not just optimistic. I am convinced that we can emerge from Dubai with a triumvirate of undertakings: a threefold surge in renewable energy, a financial influx to propel sustainability, and a fortified support system for those confronting climate-induced vulnerabilities. Our collective resolve must echo louder than the challenges we face. Together we can make COP28 a decisive win for our people, for our communities, and for our planet. The actions we take here will resonate for generations, proving that when nations and people unite in a common quest for peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability for all, we can surmount any obstacle and create the future we want. Let's get it done. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the ceremonial opening of the high-level segment. Allow me to please ask you all to remain in your seats to allow our guests to leave the podium before we begin the delivery of national statements. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, I now declare open joint second meeting of COP28, CMP 18 and CMA 5. Today, heads of state and government will deliver their respective national statement. I'd like to inform you, Your Excellencies, of actions in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting the full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that heads of state or government who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, the United Arab Emirates is delighted to welcome over 170 heads of states and government. Your presence here today is a testament to the milestone nature of this COP, to raise our shared ambition over this critical decade to keep 1.5 within reach. Success is underpinned by your commitment to take meaningful and tangible steps to address the climate crisis by implementing and achieving the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement and the ultimate objective of the Convention. It is essential that we expedite efforts towards implementing climate action. With political will and commitment, we can and must deliver an outcome in the United Arab Emirates that will allow for all of us to be proud of. Allow me now to ask everyone to get ready for us to begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of Egypt. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أخي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، السادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء، السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أستهل كلمتي بتهنئة دولة الإمارات الشقيقة على توليها رئاسة مؤتمر الأطراف 28 لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتغير المناخ COP28، مشيدا بحسن التنظيم ومؤكدا ثقتي الكاملة في قدرة دولة الإمارات على الإسهام الفاعل في تحقيق أهداف هذه الدورة. إن مؤتمرنا اليوم ينعقد وعلى غرار مؤتمر شرم الشيخ العام الماضي وسط تحديات سياسية ودولية خطيرة لا تقل أهمية عن تداعيات التغيرات المناخية، وهو ما يتطلب منا كقيادات سياسية مسؤولة أمام شعوبها العمل المخلص على خروج مؤتمرنا هذا بنتائج طموحة وتنفيذ متسارع للتعهدات السابقة. وتدرك مصر في ضوء رئاستها للمؤتمر الماضي بشرم الشيخ وتأثرها المباشر بالتغيرات المناخية ضرورة تعزيز العمل الجماعي والعاجل للتعامل مع تحدي تغير المناخ بما يعزز قدرتنا على ضمان التنمية المتوافقة مع البيئة التي تحفظ كوكب الأرض للأجيال المستقبلية وتتعامل مع ما تشهده الأجيال الحالية من آثار مناخية شديدة وكوارث تتجاوز قدرة الدول خاصة النامية منها على التكيف معها أو احتواء آثارها على مختلف قطاعات التنمية. السادة الحضور، إن مسؤولياتنا كقادة المجتمعين اليوم هي تأكيد الرسالة الواضحة بأننا ملتزمون بل وطموحون في إجراءاتنا وفي تنفيذها بما يتفق مع ما توافقنا عليه في باريس، سواء ما يتعلق بالتجاوب مع التوصيات العلمية أو الالتزام بالمسؤوليات والتعهدات وفقا لقدرات كل دولة وحجم مسؤولياتها التاريخية والحالية عن التحديات المناخية الجارية. لذا فمن المهم تأكيد مبادئ الإنصاف والانتقال العادل والمسؤوليات المشتركة متباينة الأعباء باعتبارها مبادئ أساسية في الإطار متعدد الأطراف. ولقد حرصنا في شرم الشيخ على إطلاق العديد من المسارات التي تسهم في تحقيق تطلعاتنا في هذا الصدد، وعلى رأسها إنشاء صندوق تمويل الدول النامية لمواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المناخية، وبرنامج العمل حول الانتقال العادل، وبرنامج عمل خفض الانبعاثات. كما مهدنا الطريق أمام التوصل إلى هدف عالمي للتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية. في هذا الإطار اسمحوا لي أن أعرب عن تقديري لكم جميعا في ضوء ما شاهدناه خلال هذا العام من نتائج، سواء ما يتعلق بالنقاشات حول الانتقال العادل أو تفعيل برنامج عمل خفض الانبعاثات في قطاعي الطاقة والنقل، فضلا عن التوصل إلى توصيات لتفعيل ترتيبات تمويل الدول النامية في مواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المناخية وتفعيل صندوق التمويل ذي الصلة. إلا أن نجاح هذه الجهود يرتكن إلى توافر التمويل المناسب سواء من حيث أدواته وآلياته أو مصادره وحجمه وتيسير النفاذ إليه، ويقودنا هذا إلى ضرورة صياغة رؤية مشتركة تتضمن توصيات متفقا عليها حول تطوير كافة عناصر المنظومة من مؤسسات وسياسات تمويل أو مؤسسات تقييم أو قطاع خاص. السيدات والسادة، إننا نؤمن بأن تحقيق هذه الأهداف هو أمر ممكن إذا عملنا معا بروح التعاون والمشاركة، ولذلك ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى اتخاذ خطوات أكثر طموحا في مؤتمر دبي، إضافة إلى توسيع نطاق المشاركة المجتمعية مع تفادي الأفعال الأحادية التي لا تراعي سوى المصالح الضيقة. وأنني أتطلع لأن نخرج من مؤتمرنا هذا بإطار دولي معزز لتطوير التعاون وتوجيه الدعم المالي والتقني المطلوب للدول النامية. وفي الختام أجدد تأكيد التزام مصر بمواجهة تحدي تغير المناخ، ووجه نداء عالميا لجميع الأطراف بتقديم الدعم الكامل والمخلص لدولة الإمارات الشقيقة لضمان خروج مؤتمر دبي بنتائج تاريخية تؤكد لجميع شعوب العالم إننا عازمون بل وقادرون بإذن الله على إنقاذ وحماية كوكب الأرض، موطن حياتنا ومستقبل أبنائنا وأحفادنا جيلا بعد جيل. شكرا جزيلا لحسن انتباهكم. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah ibn Hussein, King of Jordan. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أخي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان، Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President، أتوجه في البداية
بالشكر والتقدير لأخي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة على حسن التنظيم لهذه القمة الدولية. My friends, this year's conference of the parties must recognize, even more than ever, that we cannot talk about climate change in isolation from the humanitarian tragedies unfolding around us. As we speak, the Palestinian people are facing an immediate threat to their lives and well-being. In Gaza, over 1.7 million Palestinians have been displaced from their homes. Tens of thousands have been injured or killed in a region already on the front lines of climate change. The massive destruction of war makes the environmental threats of water scarcity and food insecurity even more severe. In Gaza, where people are living with little clean water and the bare minimum of food supplies, climate threats magnify the devastation of war. So, my friends, as we meet here today to talk about inclusivity in climate response, let's be inclusive of the most vulnerable. Palestinians severely impacted by the war on Gaza, populations around the world affected by conflict and poverty, and refugee families and host communities in our region and beyond. To address the real dangers of food insecurity in Gaza, Jordan has brought together all international partners to coordinate on mechanisms for the sustainable provision of food supplies to the Strip. And as a country where refugees make up over a third of our population, we launched the Climate Refugee Nexus last year. This global initiative prioritizes climate-related support and investments for refugee-hosting nations. We are truly grateful for the 58 countries that have supported this initiative so far. But much more needs to be done. My friends, Jordan contributes a slim 0.06% to global greenhouse gases. Yet we are greatly impacted by global climate change, which has caused threats to our scarce water resources, food sources, and eco-diversity. Today, Jordan's most ambitious and vital projects relate to water. A major national water project envisions desalinating Red Sea water from the Gulf of Aqaba and channeling it to major population areas. The National Water Conveyance Project will rely on renewable energy, a field where we have made significant strides. Our national energy strategy aims to generate 31% of electricity from renewables by 2030. Hybrid and electric vehicles represent 18% of our transport system. In other climate action, research at the Aqaba Marine Park will explore the unique resilience of the Red Sea's coral reefs to benefit the conservation and regeneration of coral reefs around the world. And I look forward to attending an event tomorrow on board the Ocean Explorer vessel to highlight this initiative. Nationally, with a strong talent pool of young entrepreneurs and qualified engineers, we are pressing forward with solutions in climate-smart agriculture, water conservation, clean energy innovations, and more. And some of our innovators are showcasing their work here at COP28. Jordan also launched its Green Finance strategy, the first in the region, and we issued our first green bond earlier this year. So, my friends, despite the challenges, Jordan has set an example in the region as a climate action pioneer and is emerging as a green tech hub. Yet just as the impact of climate change does not take place in a vacuum, no country's response succeeds alone. The global stocktake has shown us that our world is still far behind
in achieving the goals set by the Paris Agreement. As we work to catch up on the lost time and progress, we cannot forget the most vulnerable. Conflict-ridden communities, refugees, and developing countries must not be left alone to face a global problem. Nor can we stand by as the massive destruction of a relentless war in Gaza threatens more people and holds back progress towards a better global future. Current and future generations will hold us all accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Majesty. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Majesty King Tupu VI, King of Tonga. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add my congratulations to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for hosting COP28. Congratulations for a brilliant celebration to kick off the conference, coinciding with the UAE National Day at the human-centric city of the future. The warm welcome and gracious hospitality extended to us has been splendid. Mr. President, it's painful for the people of the small island developing states to see that COP28 may not be the milestone moment we had all been hoping for because of our slow progress on the Paris Agreement. The far-reaching impacts of climate change and disasters on human security and mobility displaces more than 50,000 Pacific people every year. At the 52nd Pacific Islands Forum last month, leaders endorsed the Pacific Partnership for Prosperity as a political prioritization process to mobilize resources to empower Pacific people to bring about transformational change through national and regional development. We need a Pacific-led, member-owned and managed community resilience financing facility. We recognize Australia and New Zealand's commitments, and I therefore strongly urge all partners to contribute to funding the establishment of a Pacific Resilience Facility. We are ocean people. The ocean is our lifeblood. It feeds us. It is our mode of transportation and part of our deep-seated culture, making COP28 and the themes outlined by UAE right in line with major gaps and challenges that Tonga and small island development states are experiencing in the areas of technology, innovation, inclusion, frontline communities, and finance. A 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent sees Pacific Island countries embarking on a blue technological revolution with innovation at the center, seeking to develop and deploy SIDS-appropriate technologies and looking at ways to improve climate resilience of the majority of the Tongan population. Tonga and Palau are champions of unlocking the Blue Pacific Prosperity Plan, which articulates the goals of 100% effective ocean management for the region and 30% protection of the Blue Pacific continent, aligned to Pacific country contexts, priorities, and capacities. Robust food systems underpinned by resilient ecosystems, resulting in healthy and productive Pacific people, and fit-for-purpose, sustainable financing mechanisms that support the implementation of the 2050 strategy. The ambitious agenda before us focuses on 4 paradigm shifts to guide our work under negotiating mandates and the Presidency's action agenda. But I believe that we can make major progress by placing one of those important shifts at the forefront of our debate, Mr. President. Let us put nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my pleasure to welcome His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassanullah Bilqay, Sultan of Brunei. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, President of COP28, Honorable Heads of States and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, the government and the people of the UAE for hosting this summit. Excellency, climate change has emerged as our generation's most urgent challenge, threatening our existence. Unfortunately, initial results from the first global stocktake have revealed that we are not on track to limit global temperature rise not beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius and to prevent a global disaster. This underscores the need for a renewed sense of urgency to fulfill our Paris Agreement obligation. It also demands that developed countries honor past commitments and provide adequate resources and affordable technology to combat the impact of climate change. Despite accounting for a mere 0.017% of global emissions, Brunei Darussalam takes serious heed to this call for action. We are committed to balancing national development and environmental protection while pursuing sustainable growth for our economy. We have also maintained over half of our land area in pristine natural rainforest, with our mangrove ranks third largest in Borneo. In addition, we aim to plant 500,000 permanent trees by 2035, expanding our carbon sink further. Through our climate change policy, we are actively diversifying our energy mix by emphasizing our renewable. Collaborating with all stakeholders, including youth and the private sector, we are on track to achieve a 20% reduction in emission by 2030, as outlined in our NDC, paving the way to achieving net zero by 2050. 2 years ago, Brunei Darussalam took the lead in elevating a climate action at the regional level. This is why we will be hosting the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. It will facilitate enhanced climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts across Southeast Asia through research, analysis, data exchange, and policy recommendations. Therefore, we welcome support and cooperation from all interested member states and international organizations to make this center meaningfully contribute regionally and to our global efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. William Ruto, the President of Kenya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the COP President, Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow leaders, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UN Secretary General, fellow leaders, as we convene here in Dubai, we must appreciate that the presence of almost 200 nations speaks volumes about the magnitude of this global event and what it stands for. This gathering is a testament to the universal recognition that among the multitude of global challenges confronting us today, climate change stands out as by far the defining issue of our era. COP28 underscores our shared commitment to confront with unwavering resolve a challenge that transcends borders, impacts every facet of human existence and well-being, and demands a concerted global response as a matter of grave urgency. The reality before us is irrefutable. According to the latest UN data, unless there is a significant and radical shift in our economic and industrial patterns, we are hurtling at a perilous velocity on a trajectory towards the dire scenario of a world that is warmer by 3 degrees Celsius. The evidence is alarming. In just the first 10 months of this year, we experienced 86 days where temperatures soared over 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. Adding to this worrying scenario is the fact that global greenhouse gas emissions have not decreased, but rather increased by a deeply worrying 1.2% between 2021 and 2022, culminating in a staggering 57.4 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, a record high that underscores the magnitude of the climate crisis we face. We must add that all the increases were experienced in the G20 countries, and many of them are here and they are listening. This crisis must never be seen as a distant threat. It is here now, indiscriminately devastating nations regardless of their size or wealth, thereby reshaping our world in a profound, unprecedented, and highly complicated ways. A stark illustration of this disastrous turn of events is currently unfolding in Eastern Africa, where catastrophic flooding has swiftly followed the most severe drought the region has seen in over 40 years. Scientific evidence clearly and strongly links these extreme weather events to human-induced climate change. Studies indicate that droughts are now at least 100 times more likely in parts of Africa than they were in pre-industrial era. This translates into a dramatic reduction in long-term rainfall, while short-term rainfall patterns remain erratic and unpredictable. All of us are already living in this dire reality. Kenya has been besieged by relentless torrents that have claimed lives and displaced countless communities. The ensuing injury
loss and damage extends beyond immense human toll to the destruction of vital infrastructure and the disruption of critical supply chains across many vital sectors. Beyond mere logistical challenges, the devastation further complicates the daily struggle for survival for many households and communities. The situation in our Horn of Africa region, in many other developing countries, lay bare the harsh reality of climate change. It is a poignant reminder of its disproportionate impact and a call to action for all of us to mobilize rapidly to address this imbalance with urgency, solidarity, and inclusivity. We are also here because we are convinced of our collective ability to effect change. Our mission for this COP is clear: to foster radical cooperation that steers the world firmly back onto a 1.5 degrees Celsius ceiling. Equally critical, we are here to affirm our commitment to provide robust support to those of us who have contributed least to climate change, yet bear its most catastrophic impacts. As Africa, we are ready to play our part in full. The Nairobi Declaration, which we adopted at the conclusion of the first Africa Climate Summit, set out the vision and pathway for Africa to be a vital part of the global solution to the existential climate challenge we face. The declaration captures the consensus of the African government leaders for climate-positive growth that harnesses our ample human natural resources. It commits us to triple renewable energy capacity, establish green manufacturing, halt and reverse deforestation, promote sustainable agriculture, promote nature-based solutions, support the global call to phase down coal plants and eliminate inefficient fossil fuel production subsidies, and further amplify calls for a new global financial architecture and global carbon tax. In Kenya, we have transformed this vision into tangible goals. Our plan is ambitious to expand our current energy capacity of approximately 3 gigawatts to 100 gigawatts of entirely renewable power by 2050 as a cornerstone of our green industrialization strategy. This level of ambition must be matched by the global commitment to achieve concrete, action-oriented outcomes. The first global stocktake at this COP is not just a checkpoint. It is a crucial step forward in our collective response to climate change. It must therefore encompass strategies for mitigation, adaptation, addressing loss and damage, and fundamentally, the means of its implementation. Such a comprehensive approach will pave the way for a more inclusive and robust set of nationally determined contributions in the next cycle. At the heart of our discussion at this COP28 must be a package of ambitious energy transition and investment goals and incentives aligned with our commitment to maintain a global temperatures within 1.5 degree limit. This entails a pledge to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030, alongside a significant reduction in fossil fuel dependency. I commend my brother, the COP presidency, for their efforts to converge the world around this global call. The strong participation of traditional hydrocarbon energy leaders in this global endeavor has transformed the conversation and brought us closer to consensus based on democratic inclusion and the best spirit of collective action, as well as multilateralism. Notably, the vision demands deliberate support for developing countries. In the past 2 decades, only 2% of the $3 trillion invested globally in renewable energy has reached Africa, despite the continent's vast resource endowments and great need for investment. The consequences of this investment gap are starkly evident. More than 600 million Africans are deprived of basic energy services, which are fundamental to dignified living and access to essential services such as healthcare and education. The challenge is compounded by the fact that nearly 1 billion people in Africa do not have access to clean cooking amenities. A tendency to ignore Africa's developmental and industrialization needs and the failure to invest in our burgeoning young generation is no longer a tenable proposition. We cannot afford to neglect the immense potential or ignore the pressing needs of a continent on the cusp of transformative growth. Turning Africa into a green powerhouse is not just essential for the continent, it is also vital for global industrialization, decarbonization. Going forward, clear, actionable roadmaps for implementations are required. In turn, these call for a unified global effort to mobilize the necessary capital for both development and climate action. To echo the consensus projected at the Paris Summit, we must establish a new global financing pact which ensures that no country is ever forced to choose between its development aspirations and necessary climate action. Fundamentally, this is a call for an integrated approach where economic growth and developmental sustainability are not mutually exclusive but are pursued in tandem for the greater global good. Finally, the urgency and magnitude of our task calls for far greater transformation than the incremental progress we have seen over the past 30 years. We need to execute quantum leaps in terms of both our strategic actions and technological innovation. What lies at stake is more than just a climate issue. It is a matter of guaranteeing dignified living and livelihoods for billions who lack basic necessities. Our response must match the scale of this global challenge with boldness and innovation. Given this context, the long-standing adversarial dynamic between global North and global South proves practically counterproductive. This division has hindered our ability to unite and leverage our collective strengths and robbed us of tremendous opportunities. Yet, in the face of a threat that endangers the health of our planet and our very existence, we must find in collective action a force that neutralizes and transcends these divisions. Climate change does not respect artificial distinctions, traditional boundaries, or old antagonisms. Instead, it should unite us against a shared, borderless challenge. Consequently, our approach must be collaborative, inclusive, and anchored in justice. This means making decisions that prioritize the well-being of every person while acknowledging that climate action is inextricably linked to social justice and equity. In this room, ladies and gentlemen, we have the power, the means, and most of all, the responsibility to act. The world is watching, and what we deliver at COP28 will be a testament of whether we are capable guardians of this planet and competent stewards of its stability. COP28 and the global stocktake are elements of a strong and clear call to conscience on behalf of the global community. Let us not be satisfied with another minimal increment, but rather let us make this COP a turning point towards a just, equal world of opportunity, safe from the looming threat of a climate disaster. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hurmatli delegatsiya rahbarlari, bugungi tarixiy sammitga taklif etilganimiz hamda anjumanning yuqori darajada tashkil qilingani uchun Birlashgan Arab Amirligi prezidenti Muhammad bin Zoid al Nahyan A'lo hazratlariga bildirilgan samimiy minnatdorchilik so'zlariga qo'shilaman. Biz amirlikning iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi kurashda global tashabbuslari va yashil taraqqiyotga qo'shayotgan katta hissasini olqishlaymiz. Fursatdan foydalanib Birlashgan Arab Amirliklari xalqining milliy bayrami bilan chin dildan qutlayman. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, iqlim muammolari barqaror rivojlanish yo'lida eng asosiy tahdidga aylanib ulgurdi. Bu xavf-xatarlar hatto dunyo geosiyosiy arxitekturasiga ham ta'sir ko'rsatmoqda. Iqlim o'zgarishining salbiy oqibatlari Orol fojiasi tufayli Markaziy Osiyoda ayniqsa jiddiy sezilmoqda. Mintaqamizda havo haroratining oshishi jahondagi o'rtacha ko'rsatishdan 2 barobar ko'pdir. Favqulodda issiq kunlar soni 2 marta ortdi. Muzliklar maydonining 3dan 1 qismi yo'qoldi. Tuproq yemirilishi jarayonlari 30 million aholi turmush tarziga salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatmoqda. Kuchli chang va qum bo'ronlari odatiy holga aylandi. Ichimlik suvi taqchilligi, havo ifloslanishi, biyo xilma-xillik yo'qolishi, qishloq xo'jaligi hosildorligi pasayishi kabi muammolar tobora avj olmoqda. Bu global xavflar keng mintaqamizda xatarli nuqtaga yetib kelmoqda. Hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari, yashil iqtisodiyotga o'tish va uglerod neytralligiga erishish yangi O'zbekistonning ustuvor strategik vazifasidir. So'nggi yillarda yurtimizda muqobil energiya ulushi 2 barobarga ko'paydi. Biz 2030-yilga borib 25 gigavat qayta tiklanuvchi energiya quvvatlarini barpo etamiz. Yashil vodorod ishlab chiqarish bo'yicha ilk amaliy qadamlarni tashladik. Yashil makon tashabbusi doirasida mamlakatimizda 1 milliard tub ko'chat ekilmoqda. Orol dengizining qurigan tubida 2 million gektar maydonda o'rmonlar barpo etdik. Biz iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi faqat birdamlik va keng xalqaro hamkorlik orqali samarali kurashishimiz mumkin. Bu borada quyidagi takliflarni ilgari surmoqchiman. Birinchidan, Parij shartnomasi doirasida iqlim o'zgarishiga moslashish sohasida global xatli mexanizmni tezroq kelishishi tarafdorimiz. Biz Markaziy Osiyo iqlim muloqoti platformasida adaptatsiya strategiyasini ishlab chiqmoqdamiz. Kecha yo'qotish va zararlar jamg'armasini tashkil etish bo'yicha qabul qilingan muhim qarorni yuksak baholaymiz. Ikkinchidan, global miqyosda kam uglerodli iqtisodiyotga o'tish adolatli, shaffof va inklyuziv bo'lishi shart. Bunda rivojlanayotgan davlatlarning manfaatlari albatta inobatga olinishi juda muhim. Bu muammo katta 7lik va 20lik formatlarida doimiy ko'rib chiqilishi maqsadga muvofiqdir. Uchinchidan, biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining rezolyutsiyasi asosida Orolbo'yi hududining ekologik ofat zonasidan innovatsiyalar, texnologiyalar va yangi imkoniyatlar mintaqasiga aylantirmoqchimiz. Bu yerda iqlim texnologiyalari xalqaro ekspo hubini yaratishda yaqin hamkorlikni taklif etamiz. To'rtinchidan, iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi kurashda ilm-fan yutuqlaridan keng foydalanishimiz lozim. Toshkentdagi Yashil universitet negizida iqlim ilmiy forumida davlatlaringiz yetakchi olim va ekspertlarni ishtirok etishiga chaqiraman. Yer degradatsiyasi, suvdan foydalanish, oziq-ovqat xavfsizligi muammolari forum kun tartibidan joy oladi deb ishonaman. 5-dan, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bilan 2024-yilda O'zbekistonda iqlim migratsiyasi konferensiyasini o'tkazish niyatdamiz. Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti bilan yashil bandlik dasturini ishlab chiqish va modellashtirish markazini tashkil etish taklif qilaman. Ko'p yoshlar konferensiyasini mamlakatimizda yuqori darajada tashkil etishga tayyormiz. Hurmatli do'stlar, O'zbekiston iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi kurash bo'yicha umumbashariy g'oyalarga doimo sodiqdir. Bu ezgu maqsadda kelgusi yili Samarqand xalqaro iqlim forumini o'tkazish va Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining alohida rezolyutsiyasini qabul qilish tashabbusini qo'llab-quvvatlashga chaqiraman. Ishonchim komil, bugungi sammitimiz sayyoramizning yanada barqaror, farovon va xavfsiz kelajagini ta'minlash yo'lida do'st xalqlarimizni yaqinlantirishga xizmat qiladi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my honor and distinct pleasure to welcome His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President and Deputy Prime Minister, Chairman of the Presidential Court of the United Arab Emirates. Your Highness, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، البلد الذي يشكل عالما في دولة عالم يختصر ما في العالم ويطمح ويسعى لعالم يعمه السلام والاستقرار والاستدامة. نجتمع اليوم لنعمل من أجل الغد، ونتعاون اليوم من أجل أجيال المستقبل. يعلمنا التاريخ أن من سبقونا تعاونوا لنصل إلى ما نحن عليه اليوم، لأن نجاح البشرية في وقتها الحاضر ما كان إلا نتيجة للتعاون العلمي والتواصل الثقافي والتبادل المعرفي الذي تطور عبر آلاف السنين بين مختلف الشعوب والدول. باسم شعب دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة نؤكد على أننا جادون في العمل من أجل المناخ، فنحن أول دولة أعلنت الحياد المناخي في المنطقة بحلول 2050، ولدينا استراتيجية ب 163 مليار دولار لتنوع مصادر الطاقة والتحول نحو طاقة نظيفة ومتجددة. وأعلن صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله في كلمته عن تشكيل صندوق بقيمة 30 مليار دولار لتنويع ودعم المشاريع في العمل المناخي، ولدينا فريق عمل حكومي متميز يقود أجندتنا وسياستنا ومشاريعنا في العمل المناخي، ونفخر اليوم بأننا نستضيف العالم في هذه القمة العالمية للعمل المناخي. الحضور الكريم، نكرر ترحيبنا بكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، ونكرر التزامنا الجاد في العمل من أجل كوكب الأرض، ونكرر رسالتنا المعلنة والواضحة بأن التواصل والتعاون بين الدول والثقافات والحضارات هو الطريق للتغلب على التحديات المناخية التي تواجه كوكب الأرض. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Highness. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhor Sultan Al-Jaber, presidente da COP28, excelências, convidados, é uma grande responsabilidade estar aqui em Dubai hoje. Estamos diante do que talvez seja o maior desafio já enfrentado pela humanidade. Em vez de unir forças, o mundo trava guerras, alimenta divisões e aprofunda a pobreza e as desigualdades. O caminho desta COP, a COP30, no Brasil, ditará nosso futuro. Aqui faremos o primeiro balanço global do Acordo de Paris. Na COP29, definiremos um novo objetivo quantificável de financiamento. Em Belém, formularemos nossas novas contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, NDCs. O último relatório do IPCC é categórico sobre o perigo de um aumento na temperatura global superar a 1,5 grau. A meta do Acordo de Paris é mantê-lo entre 1,5 grau e 2, já é insuficiente para conter o aquecimento global em nível seguro. Temos um problema coletivo de inação, outro de falta de ambição. As NDCs atuais não estão sendo implementadas no ritmo esperado. E mesmo que estivesse, não conseguiriam manter a temperatura abaixo do limite de 1,5 grau. O Brasil ajustou sua NDC e se comprometeu a reduzir 48% das emissões até 2025 e 53% até 2030, além de atingir neutralidade climática até 2050. Nossa NDC é mais ambiciosa do que a de vários países que poluem a atmosfera desde a Revolução Industrial no século XIX. Mantemos o firme compromisso de zerar o desmatamento na Amazônia até 2030. Já conseguimos reduzi-lo em quase 50% nos 10 primeiros meses deste ano, o que evitou a emissão de 250 milhões de toneladas de carbono na atmosfera. Mas muitos países do sul global não terão condições de implementar suas NDCs, nem de assumir metas mais ambiciosas. Os mais vulneráveis não podem ter que escolher entre combater a mudança do clima e combater a pobreza. Terão que fazer ambos. O princípio das responsabilidades comuns, porém diferenciadas, é inegociável. Ameaçá-lo vai na contramão de qualquer noção básica de justiça climática. Essa noção demanda que sejam cumpridas as obrigações de financiamento de transferência de tecnologia. É inaceitável que a promessa dos 100 bilhões de dólares por ano assumida pelos países desenvolvidos não saia do papel, enquanto só em 2021 os gastos militares chegaram a 2 trilhões e 200 bilhões de dólares. No Brasil, a emergência climática já é uma realidade. A Amazônia está atravessando nesse momento uma seca inédita. O nível dos rios é o mais baixo em mais de 120 anos. Nunca imaginei que veria isso no lugar onde estão os maiores reservatórios de água doce do mundo. Mas o futuro da Amazônia não depende só dos amazônicos. O desmatamento em todo o mundo só responde por 10% das emissões globais. Mesmo que não derrubemos mais nenhuma árvore, a Amazônia poderá atingir seu ponto de não retorno se outros países não fizerem sua parte. O aumento da temperatura global poderá desencadear um processo irreversível de savanização da Amazônia. O setor de energia, indústria e transporte emite muito gás de efeito estufa. Temos que lidar com todas essas fontes. É por isso que o Brasil está propondo a missão 1.5, uma missão coletiva que vai nos manter na trilha de 1,5 grau. Nos 2 anos até a COP30, será necessário redobrar os esforços para implementar as NDCs que assumimos. E em Belém, precisamos anunciar NDCs mais ousadas e garantir os meios de implementação necessária para concretizá-la. Os países em desenvolvimento requerem incentivos positivos para promover medidas de ação climática alinhadas às suas prioridades de seu desenvolvimento. No Brasil, tem a mitologia indígena que diz que o rio Amazonas nasceu das lágrimas da lua. A lua teve de abrir mão de seu amor pelo sol para que a terra não fosse destruída pelo calor. Se não deixarmos nossas diferenças de lado, em nome de um bem maior, a vida no planeta estará em perigo e será tarde demais para chorar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council, and Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Your Excellencies, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la COP28, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chacun en vos titres et qualités, des inondations qui ravagent, des feux qui détruisent, des populations déracinées et déplacées, plus aucun continent n'échappe à la tragédie du changement climatique. Et pourtant, la science, la connaissance, la raison nous amènent à connaître le diagnostic. Pas seulement le diagnostic, nous connaissons aussi les solutions. Nous devons maintenir l'objectif de 1,5 degré et nous devons nous débarrasser le plus rapidement possible de nos dépendances aux énergies fossiles qui mettent notre avenir commun en danger. Mesdames et Messieurs, ce sommet n'est pas une simple conférence, ce sommet est en réalité un examen, et même un examen de conscience. Faire le bilan mondial depuis les accords de Paris et surtout agir plus et agir plus rapidement. Nous saluons le leadership d'Antonio Guterres, nous saluons aussi la manière dont les Émirats arabes sont engagés pour faire de cette COP28 un succès. Pour sa part, l'Union européenne est totalement mobilisée et engagée. Nous souhaitons continuer à jouer un rôle moteur. La transition climat est notre programme de développement, le Green Deal, Fit for 55. Nous mettons en œuvre des paquets de mesures pour transformer radicalement notre paradigme de développement économique. On a ainsi progressé en baissant de 30% nos émissions depuis 1990. Nous croyons dans la mécanique du prix du carbone pour continuer à avancer sur le bon chemin et encourageons d'autres à nous soutenir. Nous avons la détermination de tripler le renouvelable, de doubler l'efficacité énergétique et puis nous sommes aux côtés des pays en développement. Nous savons notre solidarité, nous savons notre responsabilité, c'est une question de confiance. C'est ainsi que nous honorons nos engagements relatifs aux 100 milliards. 23 milliards d'euros sont mobilisés cette année par l'Union européenne. Nous soutenons nos engagements en termes de partenariat pour des transitions énergétiques justes. Et puis nous sommes mobilisés pour soutenir le fonds pour les pertes et dommages. 220 millions ont été annoncés hier par l'Union européenne en format équipe Union européenne. Nous soutenons aussi la réforme des institutions de Bretton Woods. Nous devons amener plus de justice, plus de confiance, plus d'inclusivité. La Banque mondiale, quand elle a été créée, était 7 fois plus capitalisée qu'elle ne l'est aujourd'hui. L'Union européenne est un partenaire loyal et engagé parce qu'en effet, la Terre ne nous appartient pas. La Terre appartient à nos enfants. Ce n'est pas un slogan publicitaire, c'est une réalité existentielle. La décennie qui s'ouvre est cruciale et nous sommes tout à fait mobilisés à travailler avec chacun d'entre vous pour protéger l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Mr. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Fellow leaders, last September at the Climate Action Summit in New York, we called for concrete action. Now in Dubai, we have to deliver. At this COP, we will set a decisive step forward to protect the most vulnerable citizens worldwide. They undergo runaway climate change. They suffer loss and damage, and we will stand by their side. This COP is about ambition, it is about targets, and it is about finance. Let me start with ambition. Global emissions must peak by 2025. We must phase out fossil fuels, and we must reduce methane emissions. But what we are calling for globally, we also have to deliver domestically. So let me report on what we do in the European Union. The European Union has peaked already. We have reduced emissions, and we are on track to overshoot our target for 2030. And we just adopted a law to drastically reduce methane emissions. Second, on targets. This COP can make history. Last spring, the European Union launched a call to triple renewables and to double energy efficiency by 2030. We were joined by some early champions like the COP presidency, President Ruto, Prime Minister Motley, and many thanks to the International Energy Agency and IRENA for your strong support. By now, our call has grown into a powerful movement. More than 110 countries have already joined. That's fantastic. So I call now on all of us to include these targets in the final COP decision, because this sends a strong message to investors and consumers alike. There is no doubt the future of energy will be clean, it will be affordable, and it will be homegrown. And finally, on finance, we must meet the 100 billion target this year. Europe consistently delivered. Last year, the European Union contributed close to $30 billion in climate finance. And of course, the European Union will contribute to the new Loss and Damage Fund. As of today, Team Europe is contributing more than $270 million so far. We must get the fund up and running, and we must do it fast. But we all know more is needed. We need to reform the international financial system. We need a strong green bond market, and we need more carbon pricing. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow leaders, dear friends, I wish for a successful COP28. Many thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I remind the Speaker to maintain 3 minutes speaking time limit. Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Mr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of COP28, Your Highnesses and Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Copenhagen, we committed 100 billion annually for climate action. Though far less than required, it is still not forthcoming. In Paris, we resolved to keep warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, the current rate of warming is alarming. It must be said, unfulfilled commitment erode solidarity and trust, and have detrimental and costly consequences for developing countries. My own country is losing 2 to 3% of its GDP due to climate change. Excellencies, the clock is ticking. This year's IPCC report cautioned that adaptation options that are visible and effective today will become constrained and less effective with increasing global warming. Putting in place the global goal on adaptation framework is a matter of urgency and not a choice. We must match our intent with our actions, and we must act now. The decision is therefore ours: adhere to science or face the consequences. On our part, the United Republic of Tanzania, despite of our minimum emission contribution, we are doing our part. At this COP28, we seek to mobilize support for increased use of clean and affordable cooking fuels and technologies across Africa, especially for women. Our call is for all of us to play our part. Excellencies, honoring our commitments and advancing the pace of climate action is the solution to this scourge. As we seek to unite, act, and deliver here in Dubai, we must deliver on climate finance. Thanks for effecting the loss and damage fund. So let us now make the fund be accessible for developing countries, predictable, and of course, transparency should be the way of operation. I thank you very much for your...
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of Lithuania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, every year we come together to talk about the change. To get the change we so desperately need, we must become the change. For many years now, Lithuania, together with the whole European Union, has been undergoing, an ambitious transformation and working on the global climate action. At first, Lithuania made a strategic decision to seek energy independence. We have built our own LNG terminal, which decreased prices and turned Lithuania into a regional gas hub. Now we are proudly sharing our expertise worldwide. Today, we see renewable energy as the ultimate means of securing full energy independence and resilience, while also helping the planet Earth. By 2030, Lithuania is going to shift from the net importer of electricity to a self-sufficient green energy producer. We plan for renewable electricity generation to grow almost sevenfold. Last year, Lithuania was the second country globally in the solar energy generation increase. My country intends to use excess renewable electricity capacities to produce green hydrogen and to address energy efficiency. The second pillar of the green transformation, through new ambitious plans. Our general aim is to achieve a 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 1990 levels, and to become climate neutral by 2050. The global response, too, can only be strengthened by methodical adaptation to climate change. We must all seek to be more resilient, to change our habits, and to reduce existing vulnerabilities. We also have to address the worst cases of ecocide, such as the one committed by Russia in its war of aggression against Ukraine. These actions are incompatible with international law and go against our joint efforts to stop climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, today Lithuania strongly commends the Presidency for a strong global response to the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement. We call on all leaders to approve global 2030 renewables and energy efficiency targets. Let us work together as one team. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Emerson Dambudzo Nagawa, President of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for successfully hosting this COP28 and for the hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival here. Zimbabwe, like many other nations, continues to suffer from the negative socio-economic impacts of increased frequency of droughts, heightened intensity of tropical cyclones, and other severe weather events. No country can adapt to or mitigate these impacts alone. The ambitious emissions reductions expected from developed countries are urgent and critical to prevent a climate catastrophe. This is critical to ensure that vulnerable communities and workers in traditional industries are not left behind, and that the transition benefits all while also creating decent green jobs and promoting social and economic stability. The global economic system, the ways we produce and consume, and the resource we use to support economic growth must all undergo drastic changes in order to meaningfully implement the goals of the Paris Agreement. Zimbabwe is walking the talk on its revised, nationally determined contributions. We are offering diverse opportunities for carbon trading in the energy sector through investments in solar, wind, mini hydro, and geothermal power generation. However, the illegal economic sanctions imposed on our country are inadvertently hindering climate action by impeding progress in our quest to address environmental challenges. We reiterate our calls for the immediate and unconditional lifting of these heinous sanctions. Aspects related to sustainable methods for increased agriculture production and productivity remain essential to our ability to feed ourselves. We welcome the first global stocktake at this COP28, which should help us to continuously review, improve, and transparently disclose our climate plans. This COP28 is called upon to persist in the mobilization of resources and adopting clear strategies for achieving the promised 100 billion climate finance. Let us all fulfill our responsibilities and use this gathering as another opportunity to carve out a sustainable future for the generations to come. May history remember us as those who took bold and resolute action to preserve our planet. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Umaro Sissoko Embalo, President of Guinea-Bissau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Sr. Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, presidente de COP28, como muitos países da África Ocidental, a Guiné-Bissau é particularmente vulnerável às alterações climáticas. As nossas comunidades costeiras estão sujeitas à elevação do nível do mar, as nossas safras agrícolas enfrentam condições climáticas cada vez mais imprevisíveis e a nossa biodiversidade está sob constante ameaça e, no entanto, embora vítimas das alterações climáticas, somos também autores ativos na busca de solução. Temos empreendido ações significativas para a implementação da estratégia de gestão sustentável dos nossos recursos naturais, a promoção de energias limpas e renováveis e a adaptação de infraestruturas críticas para resistir aos impactos climáticos. A conservação da biodiversidade é uma prioridade máxima para nós. O nosso país é abençoado com uma rica diversidade de espécies e ecossistemas únicos e estamos empenhados em protegê-los. Para as gerações futuras, acreditamos que a biodiversidade é intrinsecamente ligada à nossa própria resiliência como nação. Esse desiderato consubstanciada se decreta mais de 26% do nosso território como áreas protegidas, ultrapassando a meta de 11 da XI da Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre a Diversidade Biológica. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, todas essas problemáticas sustentam de que a crise climática é uma ameaça global que requer uma resposta global. Nenhum país deve ser deixado para trás e é fundamental que as nações desenvolvidas cumpram com as suas obrigações financeiras e de assistência técnica para ajudar os países em desenvolvimento a enfrentar os desafios das alterações climáticas. Falando em recursos financeiros, reiteramos a necessidade de fundos novos e adicionais para apoiar a adaptação e a mitigação das alterações climáticas. Nos países em desenvolvimento, esses recursos são cruciais para garantir que possamos implementar as medidas necessárias para enfrentar essa crise. Quanto à questão das perdas e danos climáticos, pedimos uma boa abordagem mais robusta e equitativa. As comunidades mais vulneráveis não podem ser abandonadas a enfrentar sozinhas as consequências devastadoras dos eventos climáticos extremos e catastróficos naturais. Reforçamos o nosso compromisso com o Acordo de Paris e com a construção de um novo regime climático baseado na justiça e na equidade. No entanto, é importante que façamos um balanço global consequente no nosso progresso até agora. O tempo está se esgotando e a ação decisiva é necessária para evitar as piores consequências das alterações climáticas. É nesse espírito que a Guiné-Bissau está empenhado em trabalhar em cooperação com todos os países presentes nessa conferência. Juntos podemos traçar um caminho e adotar medidas adequadas para um fim futuro mais sustentável, resiliente e justo para todas as nações e para as gerações futuras, com o fito de proteger o nosso planeta. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la COP28, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais adresser mes sincères remerciements à Son Altesse Mohamed Ben Zayed Al Nahyan, président des Émirats arabes unis, pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité réservée à ma délégation et à moi-même. Je saisis cette opportunité pour réaffirmer le ferme engagement et la détermination de mon pays, la République du Congo, à participer activement à l'effort mondial de lutte contre les changements climatiques. Vous me permettrez, avant de poursuivre, de rappeler ce qu'à notre niveau, et en tant que président de la commission climat du bassin du Congo, nous avons parcouru comme chemin depuis plus d'une décennie. Après l'accord de Paris, le rôle essentiel de nos forêts tropicales du bassin du Congo dans la régulation du climat a été enfin reconnu comme l'un des derniers poumons verts de la planète. Et les enjeux sont connus et les solutions ont été identifiées. Préoccupés par la recherche de ressources durables pour financer la gestion des écosystèmes forestiers et la préservation de sa biodiversité, nous avons initié l'idée de la création du Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo, dans le but de concilier la lutte contre les changements climatiques et le développement économique. Persuadé de l'importance des solutions basées sur la nature pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable, ainsi que ceux de la décennie des Nations Unies pour la restauration des écosystèmes, j'ai lancé, lors de la COP27 à Sharm el-Sheikh, l'appel solennel à l'instauration d'une décennie mondiale de l'afforestation, afin d'inverser le cours actuel de la destruction de nos forêts. C'est dans ce contexte que, 12 ans après sa première édition, mon pays a abrité en octobre dernier, à Brazzaville, le deuxième sommet des 3 bassins forestiers tropicaux et de biodiversité, à savoir l'Amazonie, de Bornéo-Mékong, Asie du Sud-Est et le Congo. Mesdames et Messieurs, les défis qui nous attendent sont considérables et ne cessent de croître d'année en année. Certains relèvent de notre propre responsabilité. Il nous revient de redoubler d'ardeur pour préserver ces derniers poumons de la planète et ces trésors de biodiversité que sont nos forêts tropicales. Ainsi, le devoir de solidarité à travers les demandes de compensation financière suite au renoncement volontaire de certains pays à des projets de développement non durable appelle et mérite toute l'attention de la communauté internationale. C'est le juste effort de solidarité et d'équité qui incombe à tous les pays appelés à œuvrer ensemble pour une planète Terre plus sûre, à l'abri des menaces et autres effets néfastes des changements climatiques. Mesdames et Messieurs, Il n'est pas trop tard, il n'est jamais trop tard pour mieux faire. Et je sais, Monsieur le Président de la COP28, que telle est votre ambition. Aussi, tous mes vœux et ceux du peuple congolais vous accompagnent pour que ce rendez-vous planétaire de Dubaï soit celui de la solidarité internationale. Ce combat, nous ne pouvons pas le perdre. N'oublions pas que l'histoire nous jugera sur la façon dont nous l'aurons mené. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Sheikh El Ghazazwani, President of Mauritania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، أصحاب المعالي، السادة والسيدات، أيها الحضور الكريم،
साझा प्रयासों से कई विषयों पर सहमति बनाने में भी सफलता पाई। फ्रेंड्स, हम अब सभी जानते हैं कि भारत सहित ग्लोबल साउथ के तमाम देशों की क्लाइमेट चेंज में भूमिका बहुत कम रही है, पर क्लाइमेट चेंज के दुष्प्रभाव उन पर कहीं अधिक है। संसाधनों की कमी के बावजूद ये देश क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ही जरूरी है। ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों की अपेक्षा है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का मुकाबला करने के लिए विकसित देश उनकी अधिक से अधिक मदद करें। ये स्वाभाविक भी है और न्यायोचित भी है। फ्रेंड्स, G20 में इसे लेकर सहमति बनी है कि क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए 2030 तक कई ट्रिलियन डॉलर क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता है। ऐसा क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस जो अवेलेबल हो, एक्सेसिबल हो और एफोर्डेबल हो। मुझे आशा है कि यूएई के क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस फ्रेमवर्क इनिशिएटिव से इस दिशा में बल मिलेगा। कल हुई लॉस एंड डैमेज फंड को ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के ऐतिहासिक निर्णय का भारत स्वागत करता है। इससे COP28 समिट में नई आशार का संचार हुआ है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं COP समिट से क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस से जुड़े अन्य विषयों पर भी ठोस परिणाम निकलेंगे। पहला, COP28 में न्यू कलेक्टिव क्वांटिफाइड गोल ऑन क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस पर वास्तविक प्रगति होगी। दूसरा, ग्रीन क्लाइमेट फंड और एडप्शन फंड में कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। इस फंड की त्वरित भरपाई की जाएगी। तीसरा, मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स विकास के साथ साथ क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए भी एफोर्डेबल फाइनेंस उपलब्ध कराएंगे। और चौथा, विकसित देश 2050 से पहले अपना कार्बन फुटप्रिंट जरूर खत्म करेंगे। मैं यूएई द्वारा क्लाइमेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्थापित करने की घोषणा का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
तो संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के दौरे पर हैं प्रधानमंत्री।
في مكافحة التصحر من خلال مبادرة السور الأخضر الكبير والمساهمة النشطة في لجنة المناخ لمنطقة الساحل واللجنة المشتركة لمكافحة آثار الجفاف في الساحل وباعتماد ميثاق مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر التي أطلقتها المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة. كما استثمرنا في التسيير المستدام للمناطق البحرية والساحلية ذات النفع البيئي العالمي. وعلاوة على ذلك وعلاوة على ذلك سعينا بكل الجهود إلى تعزيز قدرة مواطنينا على الصمود والتكيف مع تداعيات التغير المناخي على المنظومات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية. هذا على مستوى دعم التكيف والصمود، لكننا لم نغفل مسار بناء تنمية أقل اعتمادا على الكربون بالاستثمار الكبير في الطاقات المتجددة. فعلى الرغم من ضآلة إسهامنا في انبعاثات غازات الاحتباس الحراري، فقد استطعنا زيادة حصة الطاقات المتجددة من مجمل استهلاكنا الطاقوي على نحو معتبر، حيث وصلت إلى 34% سنة 2020 مع التخطيط للوصول إلى نسبة 50% سنة 2030. وبفضل برنامجنا الواسع لتطوير الهيدروجين الأخضر الذي هو الآن قيد الإطلاق، فإننا واثقون من تحقيق الهدف الذي رسمناه في مساهمتنا المناخية الوطنية المراجعة والمتمثل في خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية بنسبة 11%. غير أننا في كل هذه الجهود لا نزال نحتاج شأننا في ذلك شأن معظم الدول النامية إلى زيادة الدعم الدولي لتعزيز القدرة على الصمود والتكيف ولتأمين انتقال طاقوي منصف وفعال. وإنني أجدد الدعوة لرفع مستوى الدعم للدول النامية في مواجهة هذه التحديات البيئية. لا أرجو لأعمال قمتنا هذه كل التوفيق والنجاح، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Kazakhstan fully supports the United Nations' urgent call for tangible actions to safeguard our environment for future generations. We were the first country in the region to have ratified the Paris Agreement and adopted a carbon neutrality strategy for 2060. The resulting new environmental code of Kazakhstan will drive comprehensive adaptation of green technology in practically every sector of our national economy. There is extraordinary potential for wind and solar power in my country, as well as for green hydrogen. We will continue to work closely with our partners to unlock it. As the world's leading exporter of uranium, providing 43% of global supply, Kazakhstan plays a crucial role in carbon-free electricity generation on a global scale. Indeed, as the world decarbonizes in the coming decades, critical minerals, including rare earth metals, will become indispensable. Kazakhstan is poised to become a major supplier of these transition minerals. We are also actively supporting private green initiatives. For example, Kazakhstan-based the Plastic Association works on plastic waste-free projects contributing to eco-friendly solutions. Cutting methane emissions is the fastest opportunity we have to immediately slow the rate of global warming. That's why I am pleased to announce today that Kazakhstan has decided to join the Global Methane Pledge. At the same time, we are eager to tackle the enormous challenge of coal in our region by implementing our region's first ever Just Energy Transition Partnership in Kazakhstan. For both of these to succeed, we look to our friends and partners for their concrete support. More widely, we look to the international community to scale up its commitment to greater meaningful climate finance. But finance is just the first hurdle. Even if we successfully limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by 2050, Central Asian countries will still experience up to 2.5 degrees of temperature rise. So adaptation is both inevitable and imperative. Therefore, we urge that more resources be allocated to support the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. Moreover, we are pleased, together with France, to co-chair the first One Water Summit on the margins of the next United Nations General Assembly. To build a momentum on climate action in Central Asia, we decided to convene a regional climate summit in Kazakhstan in 2026 under the United Nations auspices. The climate emergency is a global crisis that requires a global response. Kazakhstan firmly believes that only through collective action and cooperation we can resolve the climate crisis. And finally, I extend my warmest congratulations to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for successful COP28 presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Santiago Peña Palacios, President of Paraguay. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, me siento honrado de participar de la COP28. Nos reunimos aquí diferentes culturas y tradiciones para definir en conjunto cómo abordar un desafío común, los efectos negativos del cambio climático. Esto demuestra que no es cierto que no pueda existir un diálogo entre tradiciones distintas. Espero sinceramente que aquí en Dubái marquemos un antes y un después en las medidas para reparar el daño aparecido en la tierra y el mar por manos humanas. Dichas medidas de protección al ambiente, empero, deben ser rigurosas y justas. Sobre todo, deben respetar los principios rectores del Acuerdo de París, como el de responsabilidades compartidas pero diferenciadas, teniendo en cuenta las capacidades y condiciones particulares de los Estados, especialmente en aquellos que necesitamos afianzar nuestro desarrollo. En mi país, Paraguay, 100% de la energía es limpia y es renovable. Sí, escucharon bien. 100% de la energía es limpia y es renovable. Albergamos una riqueza biológica única y un sólido potencial como sumidero de carbono. El 44% del territorio nacional cuenta con cobertura forestal y el 15% se encuentra bajo el régimen de áreas silvestres protegidas. El 94% de la superficie sembrada de soja en la región oriental de mi país, de la que somos el sexto mayor productor mundial, está libre de deforestación. Estamos entre los 10 principales exportadores de carne vacuna del mundo, cuya calidad está garantizada por el cumplimiento estricto de los protocolos sanitarios y con alimentación basada en pastura natural. Nuestras emisiones de CO2 son las más bajas de la región latinoamericana, representando solo el 0,1% de las emisiones globales. La cuarta comunicación nacional sobre cambio climático demuestra una reducción del 44% de las emisiones del sector de cambio de uso de la tierra y silvicultura y un 40% de las emisiones de metano en el sector agrícola y ganadero con respecto al año 2010. Dimos nuestros primeros pasos para insertarnos en el mercado voluntario de carbono. El Paraguay es un actor clave para la seguridad alimentaria y energética. Tiene una enorme conciencia sobre el ambiente y ha tomado pasos para ser considerado un ejemplo en este campo. Es hora de que el mundo lo sepa. Insto a la Convención a simplificar los procesos y eliminar las barreras que impiden el acceso a los fondos climáticos. El planeta es un patrimonio común y por ello alentamos a una participación sin exclusiones en el ámbito de la COP. En tal sentido, proponemos la incorporación de la República de China-Taiwán en este proceso. Finalmente, señor presidente, quisiera enfatizar la importancia de promover un enfoque más equitativo y no punitivo en los desafíos que enfrentamos en materia climática. Los países en vías de desarrollo no podemos postergar nuestro desarrollo por exigencias unilaterales que rayan la arbitrariedad. El Paraguay, queridos amigos, aboga por un planeta verde, solidario y próspero, en el que todos cumplamos con los compromisos asumidos para reconstruir la confianza en el sistema multilateral. Tengo la convicción firme de que en nuestros esfuerzos conjuntos primará la determinación de dejar un digno legado a las futuras generaciones. Esto es, que tendremos la sabiduría de dejar un mundo mucho mejor del que hemos encontrado. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdulatif Jamal Rashid, President of Iraq. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نتقدم لكم بأطيب التحيات من العراق، بلاد وادي الرافدين، مهد الحضارات البشرية التي قدمت العلم والمعرفة والقانون، فكانت أول أرض شرعت فيها القوانين المقترحة بآثارها الطبيعي المستمد من نهريهما الدجلة والفرات، والذين أصبحوا اليوم مهددين بانحسار والجفاف بفعل تأثيرات عديدة من بينها التغيير المناخي. إن العراق بلد القليل انبعاثات من غازات الاحتباس الحراري، إلا أنه من أكثر بلدان العالم هشاشة تجاه التغييرات المناخية، خصوصا في قطاع المياه والزراعة، إذ يواجه أزمة مائية شديدة الخطورة. فما نعانيه اليوم بفعل تراجع إيراداتنا المائية من دول المنبع وتأثير التغيير المناخي وأساليب الري التقليدية أصبح يهدد إرث الحضارة وحاضرنا ومستقبل الأجيال القادمة. وخير مثال على ذلك جفاف الأهوار في جنوب العراق المدرجة ضمن لائحة التراث العالمي، فإن أحداث الطقس المتطرفة في العراق من درجات الحرارية القياسية وقلة التساقط المطري تسبب في اتساع رقعة الجفاف والتصحر وتقلص أراضي زراعية وتدور الأراضي وزيادة العواصف الترابية والرملية وخسارة الموارد الطبيعية، وما نتج عنها من تحديات اقتصادية أدت إلى زيادة الفقر وزيادة معدل النزوح الداخلي والهجرة الخارجية. إن الصراع فيما يخص المياه ليس جديدا، وضع العراق كدولة مصب ليس نادرا، ولضمان التوزيع العادل للمياه نرجو أن يشمل نقاشكم فيما يخص الخسائر والأضرار والحقوق العادلة لدول المصب لضمان أمنها المائي، فلا أمن غذائي من دون ماء. وهنا نشير إلى ما قام به أسلافنا في بلاد الرافدين، حيث أوجدوا حلولا لهذه الإشكالية قبل 4500 سنة، وذلك بعقد أول اتفاقية لتقاسم الموارد المائية عن طريق التفاوض. وها نحن اليوم نسعى لذلك على مستوى عالمي من خلال مجموعة من الاتفاقيات، آخرها اتفاقية الحماية والاستخدام المستدام للمياه العابرة، والتي نعمل على اعتمادها وتفعيلها بالسرعة الممكنة. يأتيكم العراق متأخرا إذا لم ينتمي لاتفاقية المناخ إلا سنة 2009، وذلك بسبب إهمال النظام السابق للبيئة، إلى أننا مصممون على مضى قدما وبخطوات متسارعة لكي نقوم بما يجب علينا. فقد قدم العراق وثيقة مساهمته المحدودة وطنيا NDC لتكون السياسة العليا الطموحة لزيادة المرونة تجاه تغيير المناخ، والتي ترسم خطتنا المستقبلية لتخفيف وتكييف وإنجاز أهداف التنمية المستدامة بسنة 2030. لذا يتم إعداد تقرير البلاغ الوطني الثاني للتغييرات المناخية، والتقرير المحدد لكل سنتين والخاص بجرد الانبعاثات في العراق، وهو ما يعكس التزام العراق بمشاركة العالم بالتزاماته المناخية. وبناء على ذلك اتخذت الحكومة العراقية إجراءات سريعة لتنفيذ مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة ولتقليل انبعاثات الغاز المصاحب في إنتاج النفط وإيقاف حرقه والاستفادة منه، وصولا إلى تصوير انبعاثات الغاز المصاحب في 2030، وتخفيض الانبعاثات الغازية الدفيئة من منظومة الكهربائية من خلال تعزيز كفاءتها. نحن على ثقة بأن مخرجات مؤتمر دبي للمناخ ستكون شاملة ومتوازنة ومنصفة فيما يخص التقييم العالمي والانتقال العادل وصنوك الخسائر والأضرار، والهدف العالمي لتكييف مستندة إلى مبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة لكل ما تبنيها وحسب القدرات والظروف الوطنية لكل دولة، وبما يحقق الانتقال العادل والمنصف نحو الطاقة النظيفة المتجددة والمستدامة، وزيادة مرونة التكييف مع التغيير المناخي، مع مراعاة حاجة البلدان النامية في الحصول على تمويل المناخي لبناء القدرات ونقل التكنولوجيا. وفيما يخص منطقتنا فإن العراق والدول المجاورة في الخليج على خطوط أمامية لمجابهة آثار التغييرات المناخية، وحتى إن استطاع العالم أن ينجز أهداف اتفاق باريس ويحدد من زيادة معدل الحرارة إلى ما دون درجتين، إلى أن ارتفاع الحرارة خاصة على شواطئ الخليج سيتجاوز هذا الحد بعدة درجات. ونحن منذ الآن نعاني من ارتفاع درجات الحرارة ومن العواصف الترابية ومن شحة المياه، وكذلك هذه التغييرات لا تعترف بحدود الدول، كما إن دولنا تعتمد في اقتصادنا على الوقود الأحفوري، وهي فئة تأخذ اتفاقية المناخ ظروفها الخاصة بنظر الاعتبار، وكل إجراء يقوم به أي منا سواء في مجال التخفيف أو في مجال التكييف سيكون له أثر إيجابي يمتد إلى الدول الأخرى. فلا خيار لدينا إلا أن نتضافر بجهودنا كي نواجه سوية وبكل إمكانياتنا أخطار التغيير المناخي. لذا ومن هذه المنصة ندعو دول الجوار في الخليج إلى بذل مزيد من الجهود للسعي معا كمجموعة تفاوضية واحدة ومن موقف موحد يبين صعوبة مستقبلنا المناخي للعالم، ويسعى لضمان حقوق شعبنا وإقامة تجمع إقليمي يضم الدول المتشاطئة الثمان على الخليج، وهي التي ستتعرض أكثر من غيرها لآثار تغييرات المناخ الخطيرة. وفي الختام لا يفوتنا إلا وإن ندين العدوان المستمر على غزة، ونطالب المجتمع الدولي بالوقوف أمام هذا العدوان، ونكرر موقفنا في العراق في القضية الفلسطينية حقه وفي تقرير المصير. وأشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alexander Vučić, President of Serbia, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. First and foremost, allow me to extend a heartfelt congratulations to the United Arab Emirates government for bringing the world together at a critical moment for global transformative climate action, despite the challenges we all face today worldwide. As we once again gather to face the greatest challenge of our time, we are at a critical time in the fight against climate change. Catastrophic global warming and ongoing extreme weather events are casting a dangerous shadow over our collective future. Today I stand before you not only as the representative of the Republic of Serbia, but also as a global citizen advocating for global well-being. Across the border of the Republic of Serbia, the echoes of climate change resonate disturbingly loudly. Our country is at the forefront, struggling with alarmingly high average temperatures above the global average, since average temperature in Serbia already increased by 1.8 degrees Celsius, and in summer it is as high as 2.6 degrees Celsius. At the same time, climate projections indicate that if we continue business as usual, by the end of the century we can expect an increase in the average temperature up to 5.8 degrees Celsius, a cataclysm of a kind that threatens our economic and social fabric. This year will most certainly take the infamous title of the warmest ever recorded, not just globally, but in our country as well. Aside from warmest months ever recording being July, August, September and October, we witnessed for the first time 2 tropical nights with temperatures over 20 degrees Celsius during the month of October, which is unheard of in Serbia. In addition, we are still calculating the damage drought made to our economy last year, while on the other hand, severe storms devastated our cities, causing a vast damage as well. We must stand united against climate change, and we must act now. We will continue to contribute to the global fight against climate change by improving our national system for mitigation and adaptation in line with our national circumstances and with the support of our developed partners. In steadfast response to this existential threat, I am honored to announce the government of the Republic of Serbia's unwavering commitment. In June of this year, we charted a transformative course with the adoption of our low-carbon development strategy, which served as the basis for revised national determined contribution that raised the ambition of our initial NDC by more than 3 times. Long-term requirements of the Paris Agreement as well as the EU accession process are the basis for long-term vision of the strategy that by 2050 Serbia will be a low-carbon society with a competitive and resource-efficient economy which provides to citizens new, green jobs and quality life in a climate-resilient society. With this in mind and guided by science, we also developed our climate change adaptation program, which is to be adopted in the forthcoming period. Adaptation program will provide climate risk and vulnerability assessment and propose medium and long-term adaptation policies and measures in the most vulnerable sectors such as agriculture, infrastructure, forestry and human health. Recognizing that the fight against climate change transcends borders, we issue a solemn call to action for all. While our national progress is unstoppable, it is part of a larger puzzle. The Republic of Serbia is ready to play its role in the global orchestra against climate change. We call upon the international community, especially our developed counterparts, to honor their commitments to financial and technical assistance. Let this be a call for armed cooperation and shared responsibility, a call for the clarity of saying one against the pessimistic scenarios. Although I have to add something, which is my personal opinion, and once again many thanks to Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, for his great hospitality. Just would like to say that we all gathered here because of a terribly difficult problem that we are facing with, which is climate change. But how are we going to resolve this issue if we are not able to resolve all the geopolitical problems we are facing with today? There are many wars throughout the world that we haven't been able to stop in the recent period. And moreover, I'm afraid that we won't be able to do so. If we were not capable of delivering results in this, how we can be so sure, how we can be so certain that we'll deliver the very best results, the very proper results on climate change issues as well. And just to add, to that, I believe that bringing us all back to the real principles of the Organization of the United Nations that we established after the Second World War, because we have to act in accordance, in adherence with rules, regulations that were accepted by most of the members of the international community, by most or by all the states of international community. It has to happen, otherwise we'll always face arbitration, different approaches, and will never deliver better results even on this. You cannot have different approaches towards territorial integrities of some countries, and we as Serbia know this better than anyone else dare to say. And on the other hand, I heard today a phrase, as we come together, as we come together, as we come together. Let us find a common denominator which will find a way, find a path to resolve firstly the biggest geopolitical issues, and then to tackle in a very proper way an issue of climate changes, which is becoming one of the most important. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Wawel John Charles Rankalawam, President of Seychelles. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of COP28 Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and to the people of the United Arab Emirates for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to my delegation and myself. I take this opportunity to congratulate you on the organization of COP28 and wish you prosperity as you celebrate your 52nd National Day. The collective efforts to foster cooperation in response to the most pressing issue of our time are indeed commendable. I am honored, therefore, to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the people of Seychelles. In our shared pursuit of a sustainable future, the urgency of our deliberations here in Dubai cannot be overstated. As parties to the Convention, we committed to deliver on commitments such as the USD 100 billion promise, scaling up adaptation finance, new collective quantified goal on finance, and most recently, the Loss and Damage Fund. We are yet at another COP, and I am disheartened to state that most of these commitments are yet to be fulfilled, despite the urgency required to address the climate crisis. As leaders, I call for your unwavering shift in political will that will translate into concrete actions so as to confine global temperature rise within the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, small island developing states are on the front line of climate change, facing rising sea levels, coastal erosion, increased frequency of extreme weather events, and the loss of vital ecosystems. Whether we are high income, low income, or among the least developed countries, our specificities are the same, and what the industrialized nations emit have a direct impact on our coastlines and livelihoods. We are simply islands floating in the ocean, and therefore we must be treated as a unique and separate category when it comes to assisting us. I call on seeds to unite and support each other. As I speak, my country is experiencing devastating impacts of climate change, specifically damage to the coastline and critical coastal infrastructure caused by higher tides, frequent storm surges, and heavy rainfall. Coupled with other impacts, these are endangering the livelihoods of my people and our islands. A recent comprehensive survey only on the main populated granitic islands of the Seychelles, conducted by our technical teams, estimated that we need over 50 million USD for road infrastructure works and other measures to mitigate coastal erosion. Our updated NDC highlighted a further 600 million USD will be required over the next 10 years for both mitigation and adaptation sector, translating to 5% of GDP annually or 10% of the annual budget. If we are to add the disaster happening to our Coraline Islands, that figure could be doubled, let alone tripled. Like many seeds, 90% of the country's infrastructure and human activities occur along its low-lying coastal areas and are thus vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The current trajectory means Seychelles' economy stands to be severely undermined, whereby forcing us to divert much-needed finance to environment protection instead of investing in education, health, sports, agriculture, food security, modernization, and giving our people a better standard of living. Ladies and gentlemen, we made history last year by establishing the Loss and Damage Fund, and this year we made history again by operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund on the first day of this COP, with UAE and Germany pledging $100 million each. It is absolutely vital that this fund is equitable and genuinely helpful to countries that are experiencing climate-related disasters. It should be inclusive enough without limiting access to finance, especially for high-income seeds like Seychelles. We need less complicated and complex financial mechanisms that will allow us seeds to easily access those financial opportunities. Again, my call is to consider our special circumstances as islands in the middle of oceans. Seychelles, for example, is known to be outside the cyclone belt, and we are considered high income. But when a cyclone hits neighboring Madagascar or Mauritius, the effects of adverse weather conditions affect all our islands, including our capital. In April 2016, Fantala, a Category 5 cyclone, hit one of our islands 3 times, destroying everything, including the communication network and homes of workers, creating 2 new islands in the lagoon. The resulting tsunami of the earthquake of December 2004 in Sumatra, Indonesia, thousands of miles away, traveled all the way to Seychelles, destroying human life and coastal infrastructure. My point is very simple. Don't categorize islands into economic bands, but treat all islands in the same manner and allow all of us to have access to the Loss and Damage Fund. We all lose from the damage you cause, yet we clean up our emissions and help mop up those of industrialized nations. The current criteria used to access concessionary finance puts seeds such as Seychelles at a severe disadvantage under the current labels. There is an urgent need to reform the multilateral international financial institutions to address the restrictive conditionalities. This reform is necessary to help fund climate change projects. In other words, finance needs to be more readily available, accessible, and affordable to support these projects. As the current chair of Seedstock and the African Island States Climate Commission, my plea to COP28 is for the developed world and the multilateral international financial institutions to have a fresh look at the seeds, which in fact are large oceanic states, and to take into account our respective particularities. Despite contributing very little to global emissions, seeds like Seychelles bear the brunt of the climate crisis. We are actively engaged in decarbonizing our energy sector, including transitioning to green mobility. Additionally, as a dedicated environment champion, Seychelles remains committed to safeguard its terrestrial and marine ecosystems. When I signed the United Nations High Seas Treaty, or the BBNJ, earlier this year at the UN, I smiled to myself because, in a sense, Seychelles had already ratified it, since we are already protecting 32% of the ocean under our care. We are protecting nearly 100% of our seagrass and that of our mangroves, and another 50% of our scarce land mass. Recent sightings of blue whales in our waters after more than 60 years' absence serves as evidence that our conservation efforts are creating a safe haven for marine life. The message is loud and clear. Seychelles is a committed partner that can be trusted. We believe in what we preach, and we walk the talk. The evidence is there. However, we cannot do it alone. We need the financial support of the whole world to help the 100,000 people on these islands in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the metaphorical hourglass is dwindling. COP28 presents a pivotal call to action to build climate resilience before the last grain of sand slips away. In unity and determination, let us seize this moment to reverse our course and forge a sustainable and resilient future for generations to come. Let's not leave anyone behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I remind the Speaker to maintain 3 minutes speaking time limit? Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of Turkey. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Sayın Genel Sekreter, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Zirve toplantımızın hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Samimi misafirperverlikleri için emirlik makamlarına teşekkür ediyorum. Dünyamız koronavirüs salgını ve Ukrayna-Rusya savaşının ardından şimdi de Gazze'deki katliamların acı sonuçlarıyla karşı karşıya bulunuyor. Türkiye tüm bu krizlerde barışın yanında olmuş, adalet ve hakkaniyet temelinde çözüm için çalışmıştır. İklim değişikliğine de bu perspektiften yaklaşıyoruz. Sera gazı emisyonunda tarihi sorumluluğumuz %1'in altında olmasına rağmen kendi imkanlarımızı kullanarak çok önemli adımlar atıyoruz. 2053 yılı itibariyle net sıfır emisyon hedefini gerçekleştirmeyi öngörüyoruz. 2030 senesine kadar emisyon azaltım hedefimizi 2 katına çıkardık. Bu kapsamda yıl sonu itibariyle ise 66,6 milyon ton karbondioksit emisyon azaltımı bekliyoruz. Toplam kurulu güç içerisinde yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklarının payını %55'e yükselttik. Bu oranla Avrupa'da 5. dünyada ise 12. sırada yer alıyoruz. Jeotermal kurulu gücünde Avrupa'da 1. dünyada 4.'yüz. Hidroelektrik santrali kurulu gücünde ise Avrupa'da 2. dünyada 9. sıradayız. Hidrojen teknolojileri stratejimizi uygulamaya aldık. Ayrıca net sıfır emisyon hedefi bağlamında çelik, alüminyum, çimento ve gübre sektörleri karbonsuzlaşma yol haritamızı tamamladık. 2053'te yenilenebilir enerjinin payını %69'a çıkarmayı planlıyoruz. Eşimin himayesinde başlatılan sıfır atık projesiyle atıkların geri kazanım oranını 2035 yılında %60'a taşıyacağız. Tüm bu çalışmaların maliyetinin yüksekliği hepimizin malumudur. İklim finansmanı kaynaklarına ve teknoloji transferi imkanlarına daha adil şekilde erişebilmemiz bu bakımdan büyük önem arz ediyor. 6 Şubat'ta yaşadığımız deprem felaketine rağmen ne ekonomide ne de iklim değişikliğiyle mücadeledeki hedeflerimizden hiçbir zaman kopmadık. 14 milyon insanımızı ve 11 ilimizi olumsuz etkileyen depremlerin yol açtığı yaraları hamdolsun hızla sarıyoruz. Şehirlerimizin yeniden inşasında da çevreyi korumak, iklim ve çevre dostu yapılar inşa etmek önceliklerimizin başında yer almaktadır. Değerli dostlar, iklim kriziyle ilgili görüşlerimizi paylaşırken hemen yanı başımızda Filistin topraklarında yaşanan insani krize değinmeden geçemeyiz. İsrail saldırıları sonucu çoğunluğu çocuk ve kadın 16 bini aşkın Filistinli masum sivilin hayatını kaybetmesi hiçbir şekilde meşru gösterilemez. Gazze'de yaşananlar insanlık suçudur, savaş suçudur ve bu suçu işleyenlerden uluslararası hukuk önünde mutlaka hesap sorulmalıdır. Son gelişmelerle birlikte 1967 sınırları temelinde başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız, egemen ve toprak bütünlüğüne haiz bir Filistin devletinin kurulmasının ehemmiyetini hep birlikte tekrar gördük. Türkiye olarak bunun tesis ve temini noktasında her türlü sorumluluğu almaya hazırız. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür ve daha adil bir dünya mümkündür şiarımızı burada tekrar vurgulamak istiyorum. Bu düşüncelerle sözlerime son verirken kıymetli kardeşlerim Devlet Başkanı Sayın Muhammed bin Zayed ve Devlet Başkan Yardımcısı Dubai Emiri Muhammed El Maktum başta olmak üzere zirvemizin düzenlenmesinde emeği geçen herkese teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Hükümetler Arası İklim Değişikliği Paneli'nin 60. oturumunu Ocak ayında İstanbul'da gerçekleştireceğiz. Ayrıca 2026 yılında düzenlenecek Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği 31. Taraflar Konferansı'na ev sahipliği içinde adaylığımızı açıkladık. Siz değerli dostlarımın bu kapsamda gereken desteği vereceğinizden şüphe duymuyorum. Sizleri en derin saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Mr. Zuzana Kaputova, President of Slovakia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the findings of the global stocktake are clear. Humanity is marching towards the precipice. How many more climate fora do we need to avoid a free fall into it? The number of weather-related disasters almost tripled in the past 4 decades. Every 5 seconds, someone dies a premature death because of pollution. Our inaction will soon make it every 4 seconds. 88% of the existing disease as a result of climate change occurs in children under 5 years of age. How much more do we want to harm the future generations? Excellencies, decisions which can avoid the current deadly course are ours to take. The solutions are right in front of us, feasible, effective, and low-cost options are already available to mitigate the climate crisis impact. We have the technologies, resources, and skills needed. Let's use them. Our efforts must be ambitious, collective, and universal. The science is clear. Our emissions must peak before 2025. Slovakia will do its fair share. Our emissions have peaked already. By 2030, they will be 55% less than in 1990. In the next 7 years, we will invest 5% of our GDP from public sources to decarbonize our economy and society. At the end of this year, Slovakia is stopping the use of coal as a source of electricity. In 3 years, we will phase it out from heat generation. By 2030, we plan to reach 29% of renewables share in our electricity production. 85% of our electricity is already made with zero emissions. We commit to increase this to 90% by 2025. Slovakia is endorsing the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge. Since 2015, Slovakia's green finance has grown almost fivefold, including in greener ODA and our contribution to Green Climate Fund. The Loss and Damage Fund should help support the most vulnerable, and all big emitters and economies must step in and step up. Excellencies, let's make this COP the first one, where the benefits of our concrete commitments exceed our excuses and the carbon footprint of the planes we arrived on. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of Mozambique. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhor Presidente, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é com elevada honra e satisfação e em representação do povo e governo de Moçambique, uso a palavra nesta sessão de abertura da COP28 com o objetivo de rever o que fizemos nos últimos anos para, em conjunto, reorientarmos a nossa agenda na ação climática. Moçambique, apesar de contribuir com menos de 0,5% em emissões dos gases de efeito estufa, está entre 10 países que sofrem dos efeitos adversos de mudanças climáticas. As intempéries registradas de janeiro a março deste ano, que inclui o ciclone Fred, o mais duradouro, causou morte de 306 pessoas, afetou cerca de 1,3 milhões de pessoas e destruiu diversas infraestruturas econômicas, sociais e produtivas. Neste contexto, nós apoiamos iniciativas inovadoras de financiamento como de conversão da dívida pela ação climática e acesso ao financiamento concessional aos países em desenvolvimento. Moçambique aderiu à Iniciativa Africana dos Mercados de Carbono e iniciamos a elaboração de um plano de ativação do mercado de carbono. Estamos em negociações com alguns países para assinar um acordo de venda dos resultados de redução de emissões. Considerando o potencial que Moçambique tem a gerar créditos de carbono, principalmente nos setores florestal, agrícola, de energias renováveis, bem como na economia azul, adotamos uma regulamentação nacional para projetos de rede mais e em 2018 fomos o primeiro país a receber benefícios com a certificação de 1,9 milhão de créditos de carbono. Em termos do uso de energias renováveis para a produção de energia elétrica, em Moçambique, cerca de 70% da energia produzida vem de fontes hídricas, 14% de gás natural e 16% de restantes fontes com destaque para a energia solar. Sendo esta a primeira COP, após o Acordo de Paris, a fazer balanço global da situação em termos de mitigação das mudanças climáticas, aproveitamos a oportunidade para instar as partes a honrarem os compromissos assumidos de apoiar os países que pouco contribuem às emissões de gases de efeito estufa, mas possuem recursos domésticos limitados para financiar a ação climática. Ainda instamos as diferentes instituições governamentais e não governamentais para aumentar o financiamento às ações de investigação e inovação tecnológica, porque com o conhecimento científico as comunidades poderão saber como melhor se adaptar às mudanças climáticas. Excelências, adiar a ação climática hoje é um claro investimento na destruição de forma irreversível do nosso planeta e da humanidade. Termino convidando os parceiros privados e públicos para se juntar a nós na viabilização da iniciativa para a gestão sustentável e integrada da floresta de Miombo, lançada com a Declaração de Maputo. O Miombo com os seus recursos de conhecimentos, porque a mudança climática são uma das ameaças à floresta Miombo, um ecossistema rico em biodiversidade. E estamos a agendar uma conferência internacional no próximo ano para discutirmos sobre Miombo e assim darmos a nossa contribuição para o sequestro de carbono. E muito obrigado a todos pela atenção.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rashad Mohammed Ali Al-Alimi, President of Yemen. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيد أنطونيو غوتريش أمين عام الأمم المتحدة، السيد رئيس المؤتمر، الحضور جميعا. في البداية أود أن أعرب عن خالص التقدير وأصدق التهاني للأشقاء في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على التنظيم والاستضافة الكريمة لهذه القمة العالمية الرفيعة، والشكر موصول أيضا للأمم المتحدة وأمينها العام على جهوده المنسقة مع الأطراف المعنية من أجل الوصول إلى هذه المحطة الجديدة لمواجهة المخاطر المتسارعة التي تهدد حاضر ومستقبل كوكبنا. السيدات والسادة، منذ نحو عام التقينا على أرض مصر الكنانة من أجل الأهداف ذاتها التي تضعنا في كل مرة أمام مسؤوليات ثقيلة والتزامات حاسمة يجب الوفاء بها لحماية كوكبنا في ظل تزايد مخاطر التغيرات المناخية مع كل ارتفاع جديد في درجات الحرارة التي وصلت ذروتها القياسية هذا العام. وها نحن اليوم نجتمع في رحاب مدينة دبي بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة التي عرفت طريقها مبكرا للتحول نحو الحيازات الخضراء بإلهام من مؤسسها الراحل الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، على أمل أن نرى تقدما حقيقيا في الجهود الجماعية لخفض الانبعاثات وبناء القدرة على التكيف وتعزيز تمويل برامج المناخ، وخصوصا ذلك الموجه إلى دولنا الأقل نموا التي تزداد خسائرها عاما بعد عام. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، السيدات والسادة، في الشهر الماضي شاركنا أهلنا في محافظات المهرة وسقطرى وحضرموت أياما عصيبة في قلب أسوأ عاصفة مدارية شهدها بلدنا المنكوب بحرب الميليشيات الحوثية المدعومة من النظام الإيراني. لقد جعل إعصار تيج الذي تعرضت له بلادي مدنا بأكملها معزولة عن محيطها، وتسببت بأضرار جسيمة في الخدمات الأساسية، كما جرفت الفيضانات حيازات زراعية واسعة، ودفعت مؤقتا بآلاف السكان بعيدا عن منازلهم ليضافون إلى ملايين المشردين من بطش الميليشيات الحوثية الإرهابية على مدى السنوات العشر الماضية. إن اليمن أيتها السيدات أيها السادة يواجه تحديات أمنية واقتصادية وسياسية بالغة الصعوبة جراء الحرب المستمرة التي ترفض الميليشيات الحوثية كل المبادرات لوقفها وإنهاء المعاناة الإنسانية الأسوأ في العالم، وهو ما يجعل الجهد الوطني في التصدي لمخاطر التغير المناخي أمر في غاية التعقيد. وفي بلادنا ساهمت الحاجة للكهرباء في ظل ظروف الحرب القاهرة إلى إطلاق جهد مجتمعي واسع للتحول نحو الطاقة الشمسية التي قد تصل قدرتها التراكمية إلى نحو 400 ميجاوات على مستوى البلاد. وهنا يجب التوقف باعتزاز وتقدير لمساهمة أشقائنا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في دعم مشاريع الطاقة المتجددة التي دخلت الحزمة الأولى منها في مدينة عدن بقدرة 120 ميجاوات، على أمل زيادة هذه المشاريع إلى 1000 ميجاوات. كما أننا نخطط لزراعة 1,000,000 شرة سدر في 10 محافظات ضمن مبادرة الأمير محمد بن سلمان للشرق الأوسط الأخضر. أتمنى لكم التوفيق جميعا لتحقيق كل الأهداف التي اجتمعنا من أجلها، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Hage Geoffrey Giengo, President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President, United Arab Emirates, allow me to extend sincere gratitude to His Highness, President Naham, and the people of UAE for graciously hosting the 28th United Nations Conference of Parties. I wish to commend the visionary efforts of the UAE government in championing sustainable development and environmental protection. The sixth report of the Intergovernmental Panel.
Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, the Green Credit Initiative is framed to encourage and incentivize the proactive efforts of organizations, corporate entities, and individuals dedicated to plantation activities in promoting sustainable practices on a global scale. This initiative involves recognizing voluntary efforts towards greening this planet in the form of green credits. This concept can be adopted by all countries and further developed according to their requirements. The video being played right now will serve to provide the context and information about this initiative. I apologize for the lack of sound in the video, and maybe we can try it again.
Your Highness, Excellencies, इस स्पेशल इवेंट में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग बैठे तो अच्छा रहेगा। पीछे लोग जो हैं उनको आपकी सेल्फी बाद में हो जाएगी। मेरे ब्रदर और यूएई के राष्ट्रपति हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद बिन जायद के समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इतनी व्यस्तता के बीच भी उनका यहां आना, हमारे साथ कुछ पल बिताना और उनका समर्थन मिलना, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। यूएई के साथ इस इवेंट को को-होस्ट करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं स्वीडन के प्रधानमंत्री उल्फ क्रिस्टरसन का इस इनिशिएटिव से जुड़ने के लिए भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, मैंने हमेशा महसूस किया है कि कार्बन क्रेडिट का दायरा बहुत ही सीमित है और ये फिलॉसफी एक प्रकार से कॉमर्शियल एलिमेंट से प्रभावित है। मैंने कार्बन क्रेडिट की व्यवस्था में एक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का जो भाव होना चाहिए उसका बहुत अभाव देखा है। हमें होलिस्टिक तरीके से नई फिलॉसफी पर बल देना होगा और यही ग्रीन क्रेडिट का आधार है। मानव जीवन में आमतौर पर 3 प्रकार के चीजों का हम अनुभव करते हैं। हमारे स्वाभाविक जीवन में भी जो लोगों को हम देखते हैं तो 3 चीजें हमारे नेचर सामने आती हैं। एक प्रकृति यानी टेंडेंसी, दूसरी विकृति और तीसरी संस्कृति। एक प्रकृति है, एक नेचुरल टेंडेंसी है जो कहती है कि मैं पर्यावरण का नुकसान नहीं करूंगा। ये उसकी टेंडेंसी है। एक विकृति है, एक डिस्ट्रक्टिव माइंडसेट है जिसकी ये सोच होती है कि दुनिया का कुछ भी हो जाए, भावी पीढ़ी का कुछ भी हो जाए, कितना ही नुकसान हो जाए, मेरा फायदा हो। यानी एक विकृत मानसिकता है। और एक संस्कृति है, एक कल्चर है, संस्कार है जो पर्यावरण की समृद्धि में अपनी समृद्धि देखता है। उसको लगता है कि मैं पृथ्वी का भला करूंगा तो मेरा भी भला होगा। हम विकृति को त्याग कर पर्यावरण की समृद्धि में अपनी समृद्धि की संस्कृति विकसित करेंगे, तभी प्रकृति यानी पर्यावरण की रक्षा हो पाएगी। जिस तरह हम अपने जीवन में हेल्थ के कार्ड को अहमियत देते हैं कि भाई आपका हेल्थ कार्ड क्या है, आपका हेल्थ रिपोर्ट क्या है, रेगुलर उसको हम देखते हैं, हम कॉन्शियस है, ये कोशिश करते हैं कि उसमें पॉजिटिव पॉइंट जुड़े हैं। वैसे ही हम पर्यावरण के संदर्भ में भी सोचना शुरू करना चाहिए। हमें देखना होगा कि क्या करने से पृथ्वी की हेल्थ कार्ड में पॉजिटिव पॉइंट जुड़े, और यही मेरे हिसाब से ग्रीन क्रेडिट है और वही मेरी ग्रीन क्रेडिट की अवधारणा है। हमें नीतियों में, निर्णयों में यह सोचना होगा कि उससे पृथ्वी के हेल्थ कार्ड में ग्रीन क्रेडिट कैसे जुड़ेगा। जैसे एक उदाहरण मैं देता हूं, डिग्रेडेड वेस्टलैंड का है। अगर हम ग्रीन क्रेडिट के कंसेप्ट से चलेंगे तो पहले डिग्रेडेड वेस्टलैंड के इन्वेंटरी बनाई जाएगी, फिर उस भूमि का उपयोग कोई भी व्यक्ति या संस्था वॉलेंटरी प्लांटेशन के लिए करेगी, और फिर इस पॉजिटिव एक्शन के लिए उस व्यक्ति या संस्था को ग्रीन क्रेडिट दिए जाएंगे। ये ग्रीन क्रेडिट फ्यूचर एक्सपेंशन में मददगार होंगे और ये ट्रेडेबल भी हो सकते हैं। ग्रीन क्रेडिट की पूरी प्रक्रिया डिजिटल होगी, चाहे वह रजिस्ट्रेशन हो, प्लांटेशन हो, वेरिफिकेशन हो या फिर ग्रीन क्रेडिट जारी करने की बात हो। और ये तो सिर्फ मैंने एक छोटा सा उदाहरण आपको दिया है। हमें मिलकर ऐसे अनंत आइडियाज पर काम करना होगा। इसलिए ही आज हम एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म भी लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। ये पोर्टल प्लांटेशन और पर्यावरण संरक्षण से संबंधित आइडियाज, एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड इनोवेशंस को एक जगह पर कलेक्ट करेगा। और ये नॉलेज, ये रिपोजिटरी वैश्विक लेवल पर पॉलिसीज, प्रैक्टिसेस और ग्रीन क्रेडिट्स की ग्लोबल डिमांड को शेप करने में मदद देगी। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है कि प्रकृति रक्षति रक्षिताः, अर्थात प्रकृति उसकी रक्षा करती है जो प्रकृति की रक्षा करता है। इस मंच से मैं आह्वान करता हूं कि इस इनिशिएटिव से जुड़े, साथ मिलकर इस धरती के लिए, अपनी भावी पीढ़ियों के लिए एक ग्रीनर, क्लीनर और बेटर फ्यूचर का निर्माण करें। मैं मोजाम्बिक के राष्ट्रपति का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि वह समय निकालकर हमारे बीच आए हैं और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। एक बार फिर आज इस फोरम में जुड़ने के लिए आप सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Ji, for your inspiring and very motivating works. We resolve to work hard to take your initiative ahead in the coming days. I take this opportunity also to welcome the President of Mozambique, His Excellency Mr. Filipe Nyusi. I now invite His Excellency Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. We would like to thank our hosts and dear colleagues of India for this invitation to this event on enhancing climate action. Indeed, there are a large number of organizations, corporate entities and individuals who want to contribute to securing our future environment. In light of both the urgency and the opportunities of climate transition in our societies, we see the Green Credit Initiative as a promising additional tool to enhance climate action. The Green Credit Initiative could lower the thresholds and show how both companies, authorities and people can take concrete action. Through the Swedish initiative, the Climate Leap, we know that supporting action really can make a big difference. Since 2015, this Climate Leap, we have financed over 5,000 collected actions for climate mitigation. Together, these actions have reduced the climate emissions with 3.3 million tons per year. The cost is less than $35 per ton. The largest reduction in emissions as a result of the Climate Leap are expected within transportation, waste management and biogas production, similar to the focus areas of the Green Credit Initiative. So we welcome this dialogue by India to promote global partnerships, cooperation and engagement through exchange of knowledge, experiences and best practice. We already share experiences of fruitful collaboration through Lead It, and we are looking forward to enhancing climate action together with others who also realize both urgency and possibility. We look forward to take more climate action together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your incisive and very encouraging words. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Filipe Nyusi to deliver his remarks.
Thank you. Sorry, my dear friend and brother, Modi. You know, I'm from Gujarat. Namaste. His Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I thank both President Sheikh Nayan and the Prime Minister Modi for inviting Mozambique to this higher-level event on Green Credit Initiative. Mozambique is very committed to protect forest ecosystem because of the benefits to humankind. In Mozambique, forest ecosystem play a critical role for the life of our people because many of our people live in rural area and depend on forest natural resources. Your Green Credit Initiative is aligned with Mozambique initiative of sustainable management of the Miombo forest. The Miombo Forest Initiative was formally endorsed by the Maputo Declaration last year, together signed by 11 countries in SADC region, namely Mozambique, Angola, Botswana, DRC, Congo, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The Miombo is the largest tropical forest ecosystem, and it is home of more than 300 million population. We are here to support this Green Credit Initiative and also to ask you to accept Mozambique initiative on the Miombo Forest as part of this large initiative by India and the United Arab Emirates. In partnership with the International Conservation Foundation, ICCF, Mozambique will host an international conference on the Miombo Forest next year in April in Washington, D.C., to mobilize funding and international collaboration. I would like to invite Prime Minister Modi, President Nayan, and all dignitaries to join us in that conference. I would like also to ask that Miombo Forest Initiative be included on the Global Green Credit web platform that is going to be launched here in this forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your very insightful comments. I now invite His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council, to deliver his remarks.
My dear Prime Minister Modi, dear President, Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure, it's an honor to be today with you, and I would like to commend, dear Prime Minister Modi, your personal role in chairing the G20. The G20 is an important multilateral body. We were together in your beautiful country a few months ago, and you have seen how with your leadership it is possible to make progress in the right direction. You know that the European Union made a very important choice about 4 years ago when we decided to make Europe the first neutral continent by 2050. This is a very ambitious goal, but we made this decision because we are absolutely convinced that it is our responsibility to prepare the future, it's our responsibility to address climate change, it's our responsibility to mobilize all our efforts to make sure that we will protect the humanity. And on that point, I know that we are all of us exactly on the same page. That's why it's good to join you today to discuss this important topic of green credits, because strong climate action requires strong climate financing. And this financing will not come from one source alone. We must find new and innovative ways to mobilize more financing and to find more sources of income. And that's why I want to be very clear, we welcome this innovative initiative of our partners, because green credits are a great idea to incentivize environmental efforts. But in our opinion, we should also keep 3 key principles in mind to ensure they have a positive impact on climate action. The first one is the system should be robust with a high degree of integrity and transparency. Second, green credits must lead to emission reduction. And third, they cannot be cheap offset schemes that hurt the environment in the long run. and you can count on the EU to support developing countries working to decarbonize their societies. We want to be a reliable and credible global partner. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add that the European Union is fulfilling its commitment regarding the 100 billion euros needed for the developed countries. This is a promise we made many years ago, and we are fulfilling on the EU side this very important promise. Second point, loss and damage. You remember that the EU was one of the first countries supporting this idea when it was put on the table. And third point, I would like to use this opportunity because I'm absolutely convinced that we have a problem, ladies and gentlemen, with the Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank and IMF, because those institutions are not prepared for the new world, for the new challenges we face, and that's why the EU is committed to working with all of you to reform those institutions. And I see two important challenges. The first one is to make sure that those institutions have the financial means they need to help and to support the developing countries, so that developing countries do not have the responsibility to choose being fighting poverty on the one hand and going green on the other hand. Point one, it should be a priority for all of us. For instance, you know that in comparison with 70 years ago, the World Bank is 7 times less capitalized. It is showing something about what we need to do in the future. And finally, those institutions should be much more inclusive. They do not reflect the reality of the world we live in. Again, we can count on the EU. We believe in the multilateral approach because this is the European DNA. We believe in working together to address common challenges in a respectful way. Thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for bringing us together today. You can count on the European Union. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very enthusiastic support and your decisive remarks. A web platform has also been created to promote global partnerships, cooperation and engagement through the exchange of knowledge, experiences and best practices in policy, planning and implementation of environment-positive actions through programs and mechanisms like green credits. This web platform will serve as a repository of policies and best practices that incentivize environmentally friendly actions and that will catalyze the exchange of knowledge and experiences related to policies, programs and practices that promote afforestation activities. I would now like to request the Honourable Prime Minister of India to launch the web portal. What happened? Change it to the... Yeah. Thank you all the esteemed dignitaries and excellencies for your participation in launching the portal. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. We now conclude this event. Thank you so much.
Start with the BBC.
Vicky Young, BBC News. Prime Minister, no one is really disputing that the UK has done well up to this point in reducing emissions. But some of your recent announcements suggest that you feel we've done our bit for now and can leave future progress to others. Is that the case?
Well, Vicky, thank you for acknowledging that we have done more than others up until now. What I can reassure you is we're going to continue to do more than others going forward too. So every country has something called a nationally determined contribution, an NDC, which sets out their reduction targets through to 2030. These were largely agreed at the COP that we hosted. And what are the UK's? 68%. That's our NDC in terms of our reduction. Now, I could give you a couple of others. The EU's 55%. The US's 40%. And I could go on, but you won't find another major economy that's got a more ambitious reduction target for 2030 than the UK. The other bit of good news that I can give you is that we're on track to deliver all these targets. We already have carbon budgets that we've met, and we're on track to meet the next one as well. And with all the changes that I made earlier, we're still on track to meet all of those emissions targets that I've just set out. So that's my point. We can meet targets that are already more ambitious than anyone else's, but we can do so in a more pragmatic way that saves families £5,000, £10,000, £15,000. Why wouldn't you do that, is my question. And I think that's the right thing to do for Britain. Demonstrate leadership on this issue, not just in the past, but in the future, but do so in a way that saves families up and down our country thousands of pounds. That seems to me to be entirely reasonable, entirely sensible, and the right thing to do for Britain. Next, can we turn to Sky?
Thank you, Prime Minister. Can you honestly say, hand on heart, that none of the people you've spoken to today have brought up or raised any concern about the recent changes you made in green policy in the UK?
Hand on heart, 100% no. Not a single leader that I've spoken to today has spoken about that. Do you know why? Because most of their targets are less ambitious than the UK's. Just take one example. The phase-out of petrol cars, of ICE vehicles, right? Well, we previously had a date that was 2030. What did I do that was apparently so dramatic? I changed it to 2035. You know why no one's raised it with me? It's because basically every other country in the world is using 2035 as their target. France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Australia, Sweden, multiple states in America, Canada. That's why, because what we're doing is eminently reasonable and we've done more than everyone else. And actually what everyone's spoken to me about today is how the UK is playing a leadership role. They're grateful to us, not just for the leadership that we've shown in reducing emissions, but for the actual practical support we're providing them. The £1.6 billion that I announced today is going to do enormous good in lots of different countries around the world, helping them make that transition, investing in cleaner fuels, in research and development, being innovative with climate finance products that they will need to use, helping to restore their forests. That's what they've all been talking to me about today, and they're actually enormously appreciative of all our efforts and are keen for us to keep doing what we're doing. So that's the tenor of the conversations I've had today, and I can give you that one example on a phase-out date for electric cars. I think that's just how distorted this debate has become. Right? I shift a date to be in line with basically every other country, and it's somehow portrayed as some extreme measure. I think that just tells you that this debate has been polarised by extremes, and that's not healthy or good for the country. Next, GB News.
Prime Minister, Christopher Hope from GB News. Of the £1.6 billion announced for climate change finance today, more than £800 million is beyond what you've pledged before. How can you afford this, given the cost of living crisis at home? Wouldn't money be better off spent on people at home, not doing more to virtue signal on a global stage?
Well, look, remember, we have a statutory commitment in legislation to spend 0.7% of our GDP on aid. When I was Chancellor, precisely because I thought that it was right that we prioritised the situation at home, given that we've just been through a pandemic at the time, and everyone could see that the damage that had done to our economy, the impact on the tax burden, I thought it was a sensible decision to come off that target. And that's what I did. Again, I got an enormous amount of criticism for that at the time, but I thought that was the right thing to do. Reducing our age budget temporarily whilst we're going through this period where we need to restore the public finances in the wake of not just a once-in-a-century pandemic but now an energy crisis. I thought that was a reasonable thing to do. Of course we care about our obligations to the most vulnerable people around the world. We're a compassionate country, we always have been, and we will continue to. I care deeply about that, and I think actually everybody does. But they do also think that there's a limit, particularly when things are difficult at home and the tax burden has had to go up to deal with COVID and an energy crisis. I think there's a sensible balance to be struck. And again, the measure that I took that was widely criticised by lots of people is one that I believe the British public entirely support, because I think that is the right priority, and it shows that you can do both. We can be pragmatic about our approach to helping everyone and still, by the way, be a world leader, but also make sure that we prioritise the needs of people at home. That's the balance that I've struck. That's what I will do as Prime Minister. And again, both the aid decision and the net zero decision, I think, show that attitude, making it actually people at home. Next, Telegraph.
Thanks, Prime Minister. Dominic Penner here on the Telegraph. Neither President Biden nor President Xi are here today or at the COP conference, the two largest emitters. Are you worried that if the likes of China and the US don't reduce their emissions, the efforts made in the UK by your government could pale into insignificance?
Yeah, I think the broader point I'd make is the UK accounts for less than 1% of global emissions. Right? I mean, so that is just the reality of it. So all of us who believe in climate change want to make sure that we leave our planet in a better shape for our kids and our grandkids. Have to acknowledge that, in reality, what we do isn't going to be the difference in terms of our emissions. Now, of course, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything. Of course, we've got a responsibility to act. We've got to demonstrate. We've got to lead by example. That's what we're doing. But you're right to say that from a kind of practical scientific perspective, clearly it's the large emitters that have to bring down their emissions reductions, and we can help with that. Right, so lots of the conversations that I've been having today are about, look, how do we leverage what we're doing in our country to help others around the world, whether it's supporting offshore wind technology, and I'm going to just point you back to the deal that we announced today. It's massive, massive investment in UK offshore wind from the UAE. Why? Because we're a leader in it, and that expertise can now be exported around the world and help others make that transition. But also in climate finance, and I'll go back to it. I know it's a bit techie, but fundamentally, there is no way to solve this problem, especially for large emitters in developing countries, without providing them with finance. And that means a reform of the global financial system. Things like the World Bank, the IMF need to be reformed. Their balance sheets need to be stretched. That work is happening, and we've been a champion of it. We need to change how we approach lending to these countries, pioneering the use of resilient debt clauses, for example. Again, that's something that I've been talking to people about. So look, that's how we can help large emitters. It's leveraging the expertise that we have in technology, also the City of London, UK Financial Services, and R&D. Like, those are all the ways that we can help large emitters bring down their emissions, as well as leading by example. But you are right that ultimately, with less than 1% of emissions, we've got to have other people step up to the plate as well, which is again why I think it's entirely reasonable, going back to the first question, that we can do this in a pragmatic, proportionate way. And again, we're doing more than everyone else. We can do it in a way that saves people money. And by the way, we only account for 1% of emissions. Seems to me the right approach. Next, the I.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Hugo Jai from the I. Among the many people you've spoken to here today are Paul Kagame, the President of Kenya, and Tony Blair. Can you tell us what you talked about with both Paul Kagame and Tony Blair?
So it was nice to see Tony Blair, who obviously got an enormous amount of experience of the Middle East, so it was good to catch up with him very briefly on that. Look, Paul Kagame is obviously, we have a deep partnership with Rwanda, which he's committed to, as am I. And we're both committed to making it work. I was able to catch up with him on what I spoke to you about yesterday, which was that we're finalising the arrangements we have with them. It was good to check in with him on that and reiterate both of our commitment partnership work. Paul and I, have forged a very strong relationship over this issue. He's keen to work very constructively with us. We're keen to work very constructively with them. This is such a vital issue for the UK, so it's important that we get the details of all of this right. But that's what we're doing. We're in the process of finalising it, and I look forward to bringing these proposals before Parliament and the British public soon. And they will make it crystal clear that Rwanda is a safe country for the purposes of our scheme, and Parliament will have the chance to affirm that, and that will ensure that there should be no more blocks in our domestic courts to operationalising this scheme. But I've also said that I wouldn't have a foreign court stand in the way of us or prevent us from getting a flight off when the time comes, and I'm confident that we now have the proposals in place, and as I said, we're in the process of finalising those. But that's the opportunity of being here, is having a number of very positive conversations with people on a range of different topics. And then lastly, can we go to Politico?
Prime Minister, I hope you can hear me over the background noise. The King has been here for 2 days. Other world leaders are staying into the weekend. You've been here a matter of hours. You're due to leave again imminently. You'll have spent more time on the private plane than on the ground at the summit. Are you really taking COP28 seriously, and what's so pressing that you need to leave so soon?
So, again, I wouldn't measure our impact here by hours spent. I would measure it by the actual things that we're doing that are making a difference. And, as I said, the conversations that I've been having with people are incredibly positive. Right? So one of the most productive set of discussions I've had today with Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank, Kristalina Georgieva, who's President of the IMF, where I participated in a panel discussion with Kristalina and we were speaking separately, is about this very significant reform of the global financial system architecture that needs to happen. It's about climate resilient clauses being used, it's about reform of IFI, stretching balance sheets, conditional cap raises and recycling of SDRs. Like all of that is incredibly impactful to literally hundreds of millions of people around the world, right? Because of those conversations, what will happen as a result of those, and we led those conversations, I started that as Chancellor, and having the opportunity to further those conversations, move the conversation on, will ultimately lead to outcomes which we're starting to see. We just had an announcement today about another country using one of these clauses, and we pioneered the way on recycling SDRs. Now we're talking about deploying that money to help countries around the world in just energy transition partnerships, for example, in Vietnam. That's the impact we're having, right? And it's not measured in how many hours we're here. This is just one aspect of it. These conversations have been going on for years. We've been leading them. I've been participating in them, and I'm actually very confident that what we've achieved here is significant. We've sat at our stall, demonstrated our, I think, both moral and practical leadership on this issue, and furthered the agenda in ways that we can make a difference. Loss and damage being another example, where I'm already talking to people about the structure of how the loss and damage fund will be deployed. That will be a point which we will have to work through. As we talked about, also doing things that are great for the UK, securing over £10 billion of investment in what will be the largest off-arm that we have, that's going to power millions of homes with clean energy, secure in the UK, is a massively positive outcome for the UK. That's jobs, energy security, and cheaper energy as a result of the conversations and the work that's been happening. So look, I feel very good that this has been a very productive day, but it's not the only day that we focus on tackling climate change. Just this week we announced, I think, an incredible package of measures to restore, protect and enhance our natural environment at home. A new national forest, a new national park, 2 new community forests, improving access to nature for children across the country, protected landscapes and protected ecosystems like temperate rainforests that we have in the UK, which are incredibly precious. We've been working on these for a while, right? And again, we're doing that internationally here, right? We pioneered the interaction between nature and climate change. What did we announce today? £500 in forestry support to make sure that forest landscapes are sustainable. We protect that biodiversity. Everyone's incredibly excited about it, right? Like, we are leaders in that space, and I've been able to talk to people about what we can do for them, how we're going to partner with them, and that will lead to many more positive things in the future. So look, again, I think it's hugely simplistic to measure the impact of our presence here by the hours we spend. You should be saying to me, you could be here for 3 days, but that would mean nothing if I hadn't come home with £10 billion of investment in an offshore wind farm, creating jobs and providing clean energy, or if I haven't been able to announce more money for climate finance in ways that other countries like, and that's going to make a difference to them, or progress conversations on reforming the global financial system, which is ultimately going to benefit dozens of countries and hundreds of millions of people. That's a record that everyone should be incredibly proud of, right? I mean, there's nothing to belittle here. Everyone should stand tall when it comes to the UK and climate change. We are more than doing our bit. We are leading the conversation. And the other thing that I have achieved in my time here, which we haven't spoken about obviously a lot in the Q&A, is a very substantive set of discussions on the Middle East. Right? The situation is, of course, incredibly concerning. What we're seeing and the suffering we've seen is something that will make all of us, I think, be sad and upset about things, and we all want to find a way to alleviate the suffering, which is why the breakdown of the temporary humanitarian pause has been disappointing. And I had very productive conversations with the leaders of, as I said, Israel, Jordan, Egypt and Qatar, talking about how we can get more aid in, how can we restart the hostage process, what's the future that we can bring to the people of Gaza so that they can live with dignity and security. Those are all incredibly important conversations which have all happened today. And again, they're very grateful for the role that the UK is playing in that situation. We've been one of the leaders in providing aid into the region, not just money, but practical support on the ground, because a lot of this is logistical challenges. That's what I've been talking to people about today. How do we alleviate the logistical challenges, which mean that not enough aid is currently getting in? I talked about whether we can find alternative routes, maybe by sea, where we can play a role. So there's, again, a whole host of things that we've made progress on today that I think will, again, make a difference. And my conversations that I've had with everyone, all I've heard is appreciation for what the UK is doing and an acknowledgement that on all these issues we're leading the global conversation. So I think it's been a very productive day's work, but I've got to get back and focus on other things too, and I'll get back to work and do that tomorrow. Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
に向け挑戦を続けています。すでに約 20% を削減しており、着実に進んでいます。G7 広島サミットで確認されたように、経済成長やエネルギー安全保障と両立するよう、多様な道筋の下で、すべての国が一緒になり、ネットゼロという共通の目標を目指そうではありませんか。日本は GX 推進法に基づき、成長志向型カーボンプライシング構想を実行していきます。来年には世界初の国によるトランジッションボンドを国際認証を受けて発行をいたします。排出削減、エネルギーの安定供給、経済成長の3つを同時に実現する GX を加速させ、世界の脱炭素化に貢献します。アジアでは、アジアゼロエミッション共同体の枠組みの下で、各国との共同を進めており、今月には初の首脳会合を開催する予定です。日本は徹底した省エネと再エネの主力電源化、原子力の活用等を通じたクリーンエネルギーの最大限の導入を図ります。我々には太陽光の導入量が世界第3位となる実績があります。この文脈で日本は世界で再エネ容量を3倍とし、エネルギー効率改善率を2倍とするとの議長国の目標に賛同をいたします。合わせてクリーンエネルギーサプライチェーンの多様化に向け、公正で持続可能な事業環境をグローバルに整備することを目指します。また、排出削減対策の講じられていない石炭火力発電所については、各国の事情に応じたそれぞれのネットゼロへの道筋の中で取り組まれるべきです。日本は自身のネットゼロへの道筋に沿ってエネルギーの安定供給を確保しつつ、排出削減対策の講じられていない新規の国内石炭火力発電所の建設を終了していきます。官民合わせて700億ドル規模の支援を行うとの我々のコミットメントの実施も着実に進んでいます。その上で、世界銀行とアジア開発銀行に信用保管の供与を通じた合計約90億ドル規模の融資余力拡大に貢献する用意があり、またアフリカ開発銀行の新基金へも貢献をいたします。日本は人類共通の課題である気候変動問題に各国と共に取り組み、国際社会をリードいたします。ありがとうございました。
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a country where 70% of the population is youth. And what keeps me awake at night is how to live a better world for future generations. It has been more than 3 decades since climate change is a global political issue.
Excellencies, industry leaders, distinguished guests, आप सबको नमस्कार। हम सभी एक साझी प्रतिबद्धता से जुड़े हैं। ग्लोबल नेट जीरो के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए सरकार और इंडस्ट्री की पार्टनरशिप ये बहुत जरूरी है और इंडस्ट्रियल इनोवेशन एक अहम कैटलिस्ट है। धरती के सुरक्षित भविष्य के लिए लीडरशिप ग्रुप फॉर इंडस्ट्री ट्रांजिशन यानी लीड आईटी सरकारों और इंडस्ट्री की पार्टनरशिप का एक सफल उदाहरण है। 2019 में शुरू किया गया लीड आईटी हमारा साझा प्रयास है ताकि इंडस्ट्री ट्रांजिशन को बल मिले, लो कार्बन टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन को गति मिले और ये जल्द से जल्द और आसानी से ग्लोबल साउथ को भी मिले। अपने पहले चरण में लीड आईटी ने आयरन और स्टील, सीमेंट, एल्यूमिनियम, ट्रांसपोर्ट जैसे सेक्टर्स में ट्रांजिशन रोड मैप और नॉलेज शेयरिंग पर फोकस किया। आज 18 देश और 20 कंपनीज इस ग्रुप के सदस्य हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ने अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता में सर्कुलरिटी स्ट्रेटेजीज में वैश्विक सहयोग पर बल दिया है। आज इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए हम लीड आईटी उसमें एक नया अध्याय जोड़ रहे हैं। आज हम लीड आईटी 2.0 लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। इस फेज के 3 मुख्य फोकस होंगे। पहला, इंक्लूसिव और जस्ट इंडस्ट्री ट्रांजिशन। दूसरा, लो कार्बन टेक्नोलॉजी का को डेवलपमेंट और ट्रांसफर। और तीसरा, इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज में इंडस्ट्री ट्रांजिशन के लिए वित्तीय सहायता। यह सब संभव करने के लिए भारत स्वीडन इंडस्ट्री ट्रांजिशन प्लेटफॉर्म भी लॉन्च किया जा रहा है। इससे दोनों देशों की सरकारें, इंडस्ट्री, टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर, रिसर्चर्स और थिंक टैंक्स जुड़ेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर अपनी भावी पीढ़ी के भविष्य के लिए एक नई ग्रीन ग्रोथ स्टोरी लिखने में सफल होंगे। मैं एक बार फिर अपने मित्र और को-होस्ट स्वीडन के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी उल्फ क्रिस्टरसन और आप सबका आज इस इवेंट में भाग लेने के लिए हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden, to provide his special remarks on this occasion of the launch of the India-Sweden Industry Transition Partnership.
Thank you so much. It's hard to have an pronounced. Free steel, electrofuels, critical raw materials, car batteries, quicklime, and more creates jobs and creates growth. In northern Sweden alone, expected investments over the coming years amount to more than 110 billion US dollars, and that is much in small Sweden. In 2021, Swedish industry produced the first fossil-free steel ready for market delivery. With courage and visions, we see the development and growth of new solutions. Globally, demand for green and low-carbon solutions are growing. We see smaller startups collaborating with the old established giants. By cooperating along value chains from local to global level and collaboration between companies, municipalities and countries, we can achieve sustainable growth and reduce climate emissions together in Sweden, in India, and globally everywhere. LEAD IT members have launched, supported, and contributed to a multitude of initiatives tackling many of the challenges to industry transition. In doing so, LEAD IT's original mission to build momentum on industry transition has been achieved. But still, industry is set to be the largest source of global emissions by 2030. Climate action in the sector is therefore critical for limiting global warming to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Industrial development is vital for the social and economic prosperity of emerging markets and developing economies. It is essential to support economies that wish to align industrial development with ambitious net zero commitments. International cooperation for industry transition in emerging markets and developing economies remain fragmented and piecemeal. At the same time, the lack of commercially viable low-carbon technologies and the long investment cycles in industrial sectors risk locking in carbon emissions for decades to come. With that in mind, we have decided to collaborate to strengthen relevant institutions and policy frameworks, to co-develop technology, to collaborate on research and innovation, and to mobilize investments in the transition. This year also marks 75 years of bilateral good relations between our two countries. Sweden and India have a long-standing tradition of cooperation. We both aspire to become climate neutral and sustainable nations with strong emphasis on research and innovation, green industrial transition and digitalization. Indian companies are very present in the green transition in Sweden, and correspondingly, Swedish companies are very active in India. I do look forward to work with India and other LEAD IT members on the journey to a zero-carbon future with new jobs and economic growth. India and Sweden have, through the establishment of the Industry Transition Partnership, created a model that not only strengthens our bilateral cooperation, but also trailblazing example for others to follow and demonstrates a more effective way to cooperate internationally. So let's engage together and make what seemed impossible very possible. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, thank you very much for those remarks. I'm going to ask you, I know you have many other engagements that are very pressing, and thank you for your attendance and your remarks here today. I invite you to leave the stage to my right here. We'd like to take a photograph in front of the posters here, if that is possible, please.
Dubai. And their answer was clear. They expect us, today's leaders, to deliver on the commitments already made and to step up our efforts on phasing out fossil fuels so we can get on track to reach our 1.5 degree target. I consider that to be our common task over the next 2 weeks. As you may know, the Kingdom of the Netherlands consists of a low-lying delta country in Europe and 6 islands in the Caribbean. So we know what it is like to be vulnerable to climate change and how urgent it is that we take action. As the global stocktake shows, we need to step up our efforts on all pillars of the Paris Agreement, on mitigation, on adaptation and on climate finance. On climate finance, it's crucial that all parties support the recommendations made by the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage. All the warning lights are flashing. Yet red after yet another year of extreme climate extremes. So it's good that we set up a fund and help the most vulnerable countries. The Netherlands will provide 50 million euros to the startup costs of this fund. On adaptation, it is imperative that we all agree here in Dubai on a specific goal. And a key part of every adaptation strategy must be far better management of flooding, drought and water pollution. And on mitigation too, we urgently need to scale up our efforts. In my country, the 2030 goal of a 55% reduction in emissions now seems to be within reach for the first time. I won't deny that it is a painstaking process, but the good news is it can be done. In the Netherlands, we are committed to accelerate our efforts. We are investing in large-scale renewable energy with a special focus on green hydrogen both in the Netherlands and abroad. By 2030, we want to provide 100 million people in Africa with access to clean energy. But millions of people need to become billions of people. So I urge all of you here to step up your efforts as well in support of the proposed goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. Esteemed colleagues, the young people of the world are calling upon us to deliver on our promises, to step up our ambitions, and to work together in embracing our collective responsibility. Let us work tirelessly to secure their future. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, the President of the Government of Spain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, la COP de Dubái debe ser la oportunidad en estos próximos años. Esta debe ser, sin duda, y es el firme deseo de España. No soy un iluso, la emergencia climática está causando estragos y estamos lejos de cumplir los objetivos marcados en París, pero esta COP nos ofrece una oportunidad de adoptar una nueva agenda climática reforzada, justa y equitativa que venga marcada por el resultado del balance mundial en las 3 agendas climáticas. Por tanto, aprovechémosla. Primero, en financiación, porque necesitamos una nueva arquitectura que facilite el acceso a los fondos, que elimine las trabas, que identifique nuevas oportunidades. Debemos incluir los objetivos climáticos en el centro de las políticas económicas y fiscales, desarrollar los mercados de carbono robustos, atajar el problema de la deuda, aumentar el espacio fiscal para los países más vulnerables y también tenemos que trabajar en una nueva fiscalidad internacional, que se rija por el principio de quien contamina paga y crear entornos propicios para fomentar inversiones, innovación y cooperación climática. Para apoyar a nuestros socios, además de los fondos que anunciamos en la Cumbre de Acción Climática de Nueva York, hoy quiero anunciar una nueva contribución de 20 millones de euros para el nuevo Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños, además de los 5 millones de euros que ya aprobamos para la puesta en marcha de la red Santiago. Y además es urgente parar la deforestación y, en concreto, evitar la degradación medioambiental de la Amazonía. Por eso vamos a destinar este año 2 millones de euros al proyecto de bonos medioambientales sostenibles y socialmente responsables Amazonía Siempre, para apoyar a Brasil, a Colombia, a Ecuador y a Perú. En segundo lugar, en mitigación tenemos que mantenernos en el límite de seguridad del 1,5 grados centígrados, es decir, que el pico global de emisiones debe llegar al máximo en el año 2025 y estas deben caer con fuerza en el resto de la década. Y para ello son 3 las medidas imprescindibles que debemos aplicar simultáneamente. En primer lugar, triplicar la capacidad de generación de energía renovable de cara al año 2030, doblar los objetivos de eficiencia energética esta misma década y poner fin a la producción y al consumo de combustibles fósiles para la energía. Tenemos tecnologías para replantearnos las infraestructuras energéticas y cumplir con estos objetivos y, en ese sentido, mi país, España, ya ha aumentado su compromiso de reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero hasta un 56% y el objetivo de energía renovable en la generación eléctrica hasta un 81%, con la meta de cerrar el año 2025 como nuestra última central térmica de carbón en España. Y, por último, en adaptación y resiliencia necesitamos que el objetivo del Acuerdo de París sea operativo y medible. Tenemos que explorar vías para potenciar y también para adaptarnos más allá de nuestros planes nacionales. Por eso España apoya las iniciativas del Secretario General para tener sistemas de alerta temprana para todos y su acelerador de portafolio de proyectos de adaptación. Concluyo diciendo, Excelencias, que nuestros avances colectivos demuestran que todavía tenemos una oportunidad de salvar el planeta, pero tenemos que elevar nuestra ambición, nuestro compromiso y lograrlo creo que está al alcance de la humanidad. Nada más y muchas gracias.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, much is being said and written about the time we are currently living in. A time of conflict and competition, where new wars are testing us, while old conflicts continue to create despair for millions of civilians around the world. Where global tensions are reaching new highs, while inflation, poverty, food insecurity remain unsolved challenges. And in the middle of all this division, we are facing the biggest common challenge we have yet seen, climate change. Challenge that no country or continent can face alone. The easy thing would be to put off the difficult decisions, because it simply requires too much of us. That can, of course, never be the answer. Therefore, we need to take upon the responsibility, show what we are capable of, how we can turn things around if we choose to work together. And the developed countries and the biggest emitters have to do the most. No country in the world has the right to say, we are doing enough. That also goes for my own country. We all need to do more. At this COP, Denmark has 3 focus points. We are working for an agreement to phase out fossil fuels, global targets to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. And we need to do more for those countries that are hit the hardest by climate change. Access to financing, that has to be a key pillar on climate action. That is why we contribute to mobilize more than 1% of the $100 billion pledge. And that is why Denmark, of course, welcomes the Abu Dhabi Agreement on Loss and Damage. Now, allow me to share a few words on behalf of the Faroe Islands and Greenland. The Faroe Islands are a seafaring nation. We need to expand the efforts of energy transition in the maritime sector to include fishing vessels. Communities in Greenland experience some of the worst effects by climate change, even though they have contributed the least. In the Arctic, climate change is happening 4 times faster. And on behalf of the people of Greenland, including the Inuit people, let us act. Ladies and gentlemen, COP28 is our chance to act, to keep the 1.5-degree target alive, and to secure a livable planet for generations to come. We need to do more. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
As we conclude the first global stocktake, we must be brutally honest. Although we've made great progress together, the world is just not moving fast enough. Climate science shows that we're off track, and climate politics is close to breaking point, because the gap between pledges and delivery is undermining credibility. While we make new commitments here, major emitters must dramatically accelerate delivery of what they've already promised. We all need to do more. And we must address the disconnect between lofty rhetoric on stages like this and the reality of people's lives around the world. And the way to do that is by delivering a truly just transition. Let me be clear, the United Kingdom is totally committed to net zero, the Paris Agreement, and to keeping 1.5 alive. That's why we've decarbonised faster than any other major economy. Our 2030 target means the deepest cuts of any major emitter, and we're determined to deliver. But instead of putting more pressure on working people, we're choosing a pragmatic new approach. We're ramping up renewables and embracing the opportunities of technology and green industry, because we've shown that you can cut emissions while growing the economy and creating jobs. Now, those facing the worst impacts of climate change are desperate for the world to do more. So we're also working to deliver a just transition globally. And that means more support for those most in need. The UK is already one of the largest global climate donors, and we're tripling our adaptation finance. I've announced a further £1.6 billion for the Green Climate Fund, the UK's biggest single international climate commitment. And today, we've gone further with an additional £1.6 billion of support for clean energy and innovation, and to deliver on the historic Glasgow Forest deal, because we can't get to net zero without nature. This also includes up to £60 million for loss and damage, £40 million of which is for the new fund. And to succeed, the fund must be open to all sources of support. And because the UK is a world-leading green finance centre, we're also helping to unlock trillions in private finance to meet this need and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. I believe we can deliver here in Dubai, but we've got to work together. The debate is too divided. Developed versus developing, ambition on mitigation versus finance for transition and adaptation. The truth is simple. We need both. In place of division, we need ambitious collective action, like we promised in Paris and Glasgow. That's how we'll get back on track, by bringing everyone with us. Because a truly just transition leaves absolutely no one behind. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Your Excellencies, dear delegates, the joint second meeting of COP28 CMP 18 and CMA 5 is now suspended.
But as Vera mentioned, it makes many of competing industry not necessarily as an advantage. And we are talking about real case of projects that were after investments in outside the US, including in some of the OECD countries, but they are not feasible anymore because of this generosity of subsidy. That means, in the spirit of international cooperation, that could really be revised. In the spirit of international cooperation, while these big initiatives are being done, and the US is not alone. The EU has its own green initiatives, Korea, Japan. Some of the advanced economies have this issue of let's do it through the supply chain and not to prevent others from being part of this kind of big scheme of things, and perhaps there could be improvements in technology and R&D, but definitely in the short term, mid-term, there will be major casualties. CBAM, some exporters today from Africa in particular are seeing it as a disaster. Because of the following, that they are not ready to engage, even if they are giving 2 years to comply. The forms are already being filled starting in October. There are 4 ways to deal with it, and I'll stop. First, as China did a few days ago, asking a clarification whether these measures are 100% compatible with WTO measures or not. And that will take a while because WTO is evidence-based. If the harm is not established today, they need to come later by that. But meanwhile, this is calling for the decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, aluminum, the list of 5 areas. That is an investment opportunity. Actually, if I'm an investor in these sectors, I would really approach that newly born fund and I say, well, this could be a good opportunity for decarbonization with good results as well, and to avoid the heavy levy that's not being named tariff, is not being even called a levy, it's just being called CBAM. The third area of work is on the carbon markets. And again, your options either to buy these expensive certificates from the EU or to establish carbon markets voluntary one that could be verified with integrity, as mentioned by Vera. And in this case, the issue could be minimized. Meanwhile, it's a tough world out there, and it's good that we have seen some good attempts, like last year last year announcement of the loss and damage, the operationalization yesterday, and today we see this great initiative of the 30 billion. What we need to see is basically multiples of 30 billion. Without saying, well, 30 billion may not really be big enough, I think it's a good start for the world to have this kind of an example to follow. Thank you.
Thank you all for your remarks. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have left for questions today. I'd really like to express our gratitude for our speakers and for all of you for being with us today, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
Maybe, Sarah, if I could just come in quickly on 2 presidency-related questions that a couple of people had asked. On loss and damage, there were some new announcements today. I saw some celebration emojis in our WhatsApp chat. My colleagues at the back have the updated numbers, or they're being tabulated. And then on the UAE announcements and contributions, obviously yesterday there was the 100 million for the loss and damage fund. Today there was Altera. There was 100 million for food innovation, 200 million for SDR reallocation through the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust. I hope I'm being comprehensive, and do stay tuned for tomorrow.
Thank you.
We'll come here.
We will no longer be taking any more questions. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow at 5 p.m.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Excellent.